Oh, no, how could you?
I'm a criminal.
Wait. Oh, I almost pressed start recording and not start stream.
Oh, yesterday,
So weird
when my timer finished, I ended my stream.
When your timer finished?
Yeah, when my timer finished.
Oh, for the donation stuff, the charity.
No,
thing?
like the starting.
Oh, I see. Now I get it.
Yeah, I knocked on your
Gravy.
I knocked on your stream.
All right, let me.
Hey, hello.
Wait, let me. Connect with you on a spiritual level. There we go.
Yeah.
I like my dice. How you doing? Hello. I'm not sure if the game's loud enough.
Wait. Where's Ravi?
I don't know. He left.
Did he actually leave?
Yeah, but maybe it's because he had to do something? I'm not sure.
His computer.
Ow. Hi, Fatal. How you doing? Hello, guys.
Fable, my leg's stuck.
Your leg is stuck?
My leg's
Wait,
stuck.
I'll unstick you. You beautiful bastard. Let me.
enough grab, enough louder,
No,
enough
it's okay, it's okay. I
hysteria,
would
enough
never be
glitch.
stuck. Wait. That doesn't look healthy either. Your legs shouldn't be bending like that.
I'm broken.
It's okay, I can fix you, but I don't want to.
You
are perfect the way you are. You might have to.
Wait. I think I'm actually
I want to be
stuck.
stuck too.
Wait.
He just. Okay, let me.
I'm actually stuck.
There we go.
Oh no, I'm actually stuck.
I've missed you, Fable. I've missed you guys too. Hi, I'm sorry. I haven't really been streaming much recently. You girls been kind of
joined. It's fine. I didn't.
Down, but.
Nina, you have brain damage.
I couldn't invite you. I'm stuck.
You didn't invite me. That's different.
I know. I wanted to, but.
Bro, why is this game so horribly optimized? I've lowered my settings. My computer's still trying to kill itself trying to play this. Why? It is literal baby game. Why is it running so terribly?
I don't know.
I have no clue.
I even launched it with. No, it isn't.
Hi, Frankazoid. Hi, Lampy. How you guys doing?
I'm stuck. I'm actually busted. I can't get out.
Oh my god. Ravi, Chet calls you cute.
Can chat go? No, I can't say it.
Oh no.
Whoa, why don't just take it?
Bro, what? Hello? Why game run so bad? Why game
I don't
bad?
know. Wait, let me.
I can't get out. I'm stuck.
How is your? What's your max frame
actually
rate?
Stuck here.
I had it at 144 and now I lowered it to 120 to see if that would help. It didn't. I've lowered all my settings as well.
You know you're dying in the background? Ha.
Okay.
I have no
in the
clue.
background.
Bro, I have set every single setting down to the absolute lowest. I have turned off shadows. And my computer is still killing itself. I have a 4070. What is this game?
Freaking believable.
Like, I have 3,000 frames right now. My FPS is crazy. And if I limit it to 120, same thing. It's still going fucking crazy. I can run this game on 50 computers at the same time, just off my computer. But it doesn't fucking matter. My computer's still trying to die. What is going on?
Look at his face.
Well, Chet says it's a skill issue.
Yeah,
I'd like to introduce chat to my left testicle.
What the fuck?
Alright, Lampy, I think that invitation went out to you, and I don't think actually it was an invitation, I think that was a threat, so,
Bro.
enjoy!
I'm looking at my... Why is it doing this? My temperatures are so low.
I don't know.
Lampy, you shouldn't get into that. Don't do it.
Don't.
Not the left one, Lampy. You don't want the left one.
Naughty behavior. I'm stuck. I can't get out of here.
I have fallen and I can't get up.
This is like...
Also, heat's been okay, actually.
Oh,
I've been shutting out the sun and I've been marinating in front of a fan, so it's fine, I guess.
Maybe because he's right-handed. I don't know how to fix myself. I
would love to help you, but you know that I'm very bad with technology stuff.
Oh, I know.
You didn't... Okay. You didn't have to, like, you know, you could have said, like, no, Fable, you're not that bad at it.
You are.
Oh.
You just have to whisper to your fans. And then pat it.
Hey, well, Mama, let me whisper in your ear.
Shut the fuck up.
Tell you something you might like to hear.
I don't want to hear it, Bert.
The left testicle, I thought the left hand had that on reserve. Wait, hello? Well, what is that supposed to mean? Are you familiar with the...
Engage.
That? I mean, I didn't know that you and Ravi had a history. Oh no, Ninu died!
I did. Whoa! I can see up your skirt.
Oh my! I'm trying to save you here, Nino. I'm trying to save you.
I cannot be saved. Wait, what happens if I go over here? Ugh, gosh. No!
There's so much history, just didn't tell you about it. Oh shit, I didn't know that was, damn, I'm learning some lore right now.
Whoa. Wait, is my legs backward?
Your leg looks beautiful right now. You're kind of bumping up and down on the thing.
Oh. If I spin it and spin it and spin it, maybe it will unspin.
Yeah. You're absolutely spinning on it.
I spin on my leg. Oh,
You spin my hair right round. What is Nova? Is Nova playing Overwatch?
She is. She's addicted to Overwatch.
Instead of playing Peak with us?
I know.
I can't believe it. Such a silly goose. Such a silly willy. Oh shit, I thought I could go into that. Ow!
He's a silly
I broke
willy.
my legs. He's a silly willy.
Wait. Those dunes, those pyramids there. That's new. Wait, what is out there? There's something out there. Why does it look different?
I'm coming.
I can't go there. Does it not look different? Isn't that a pyramid up there? Oh my god, I got out! Yay!
Where's the pyramid?
Different? Oh, it's always been like that.
I don't see anything.
I think I might have brain damage. Like, there might be a couple things wrong with me.
Why?
I've sat here this whole time trying to figure out how it's possible for my fans to be this loud, only to realize that it's the fucking fan in the background I put on because it's hot.
Oh my fucking gosh. Oh my Jesus
I was sitting
Christ.
here thinking, this doesn't make any fucking sense. How can the game make my fans loud if the game isn't running my fans hot? How does this make any sense? Fucking ass piece of shit. This is the game's fault. Go away. Go away.
I don't want you to call me dumb ever again.
I mean, I will anyway, but yeah. Okay.
It is clipped and saved.
Yeah, so now it's not a problem anymore.
We spent half an hour
God,
doing that.
they were right.
Alright, well, are you guys ready?
Yes.
I don't know how this game works, but yeah.
Do you need baby
We'll show you.
step?
No, I've seen a video or two.
Okay, you haven't seen our video.
What do I click on?
There you go. I got it, don't worry.
welcome
doing?
in. Hello, Monsieur and Fable. Hi, how are you doing?
Hello.
Hi, Flarin. How are you today? Are you melting?
Well,
Alright.
How do I take the backpack?
You
Oh, wear it. There you go. Go away.
wait. You need Bing Bong.
But wait, I'm gonna put the bugle in your backpack.
You
You
need
can do
Bing
that?
Bong. You need
Oh,
Bing
shit.
Bong.
Yeah, and
in
Bing
the
Bong.
bag.
We need to bring him to the peak.
Yes.
Okay, I bring Bing Bong.
Wait, I'm gonna
Oh,
put in.
here,
I
here,
can
put
put it in
him
your
in.
back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Want to have to
there
go
you
to
go.
Switzerland? Yeah, it's so fucking hot here. I mean, not in Switzerland. I don't know
Okay.
how it is in Switzerland, but here it is
got
also
you.
hot, and it's like not that far away, so you know.
Wait, should
I'm
we?
gonna cook Bing Bong.
No, you can
Do
cook
it.
this though if you want. Cook this. Conch. Conch. Cook the
How do I-
conch. Left
Oh,
click it.
flame cook.
Or is it E?
E.
Eat it now.
Eee.
Okay.
Yee. You're melting, son. Yeah, this is so incredibly hot. Alright, party people. It's time to get to the top. Yeah.
We're gonna make it.
I got a bunch of rope.
Okay,
I'm
this
gonna
is
kill
ascent one.
myself.
What?
Wait, should we like get
No.
fruit and stuff? Cause you know.
The coconut's really heavy though, so you don't want to like carry that with you.
Yeah, we're gonna
Where'd it
find
go?
some suitcases on the way there.
Oh,
It's down here and I'm eating hot.
Yum 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 yum.
Oh yeah, don't touch the jellyfish, by the way.
The jellyfish is good fish.
Alright, I'm trying to help you.
I'm gonna touch it. I'm gonna
Touch
touch
the
it.
jellyfish.
No.
Okay, touch Spiky.
See that fan up?
No.
Got you will
Not if
turn
you want me to.
up once the heat wave passes too. Oh,
Um,
oh, it actually did today, Lampy.
Whoa, what you stand like that for, huh?
It actually showed up today. I just haven't been able to set it up yet. But it showed up, and my parents were momentarily. They were like, did
There's
you
gonna be
order
some
that? 'Cause
suitcases
we have
about.
no, like the name on that. Is
Yeah,
so
I'm
weird.
looking.
Like, I don't
Wait,
know
what? How does the
what's
fog
going on
work?
with that. It's kind of
Does
Does
weird
that kill
on
us?
that,
Is
but
that like
but
the
yeah,
circle
I-
in fucking battle royale games or something?
Yeah, but it goes upwards.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see suitcase.
Also, I did not see
You
the
see a
condition
suitcase?
that Frank is away. Let me, I'm gonna look at
Grab
that
it.
because I'm kind of already behind them. Well, thank you again for even getting that in the first place. I really
Whee!
appreciate it.
Yum 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 yum.
16 variants? What kind of, wait,
Hello.
how many variants can you even have?
Hello?
With that?
Poison.
What did you eat?
I don't know.
Did you eat a yellow one?
Granola bar.
Okay, you can eat that without dying.
No, I don't wanna.
Then give it to me.
No, I don't
need
wanna.
drinky juice.
Hell yeah.
Oh.
I grabbed it. And I didn't even say thank you.
We interrupt our
I
program to
didn't
bring you
even
this
say
important
thank you.
message.
How
I love you.
I
Now
love
back
you
to our
too.
show.
Oh, you hold... Wait, hold up. I'm coming.
I'm gonna hold my dick in my hand. Hold up.
Okay, so
No,
like,
that's not
left
how you
click,
do it.
and then you go up.
I do that. I climb.
And if you can't make it, and I can give you my hand with right click, and I can like
Nah.
pull you up.
I don't want cooties. Go away.
Oh my god, we will die.
We're gonna die.
We're still gonna die. Facial expressions? Oh my god, that's so cool. Oh my beloved ghost. It showed up already? It actually did.
Hey,
yeah,
suitcase!
I was surprised too.
There's
Oh,
a
yeah.
suitcase. You should go loot it because my inventory's full.
Okay.
It has been for a while, to be fair.
Let's get back to Overwatch. I don't, you know, when I'm on my own, I play like anything but Overwatch.
Overwatch is dog water. Don't play it. Dog shit piss game.
Don't you play it like a lie?
I have not played that shit in years.
Okay, that is a lie.
No, it isn't.
That is a lie.
It's not, no.
Okay,
He
define
plays Hello
years.
Kitty. He
Dude,
plays Hello Kitty.
I want to play Hello Kitty Island Adventure.
there you go.
He plays
I just
What'd
don't
you get?
have it.
Nina, what you get? What'd you get in the thing?
granola and juice. Wait, no, don't use the. Oh,
Wait, where the fuck did you go?
get on my head. Get on my head. I boost you.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Hello.
Hi,
Your
here.
hand. Give me
I'll
your
help you up,
hand.
Ninu. Oh, there you are.
Thank you.
Will we go over here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
You can't believe anything Ravi says anymore, right?
Bruh. I did nothing wrong. I am innocent. Just
Your
like
first
P.
mistake
Diddy.
was actually
I'm as
believing him to
innocent
begin
as P.
with.
Diddy.
Oh my god.
No.
But he was found innocent, guys. He's acquitted of all the charges.
No,
So he must be
actually-
innocent.
only 2 of
Yeah.
them. I
Well,
mean, 3
no,
of
he was
them.
acquitted of 3 of them, all the severe ones.
Ha! The more you know.
Yep.
Don't listen to him. He absolutely.
He did it. He 100% did it. Sue me.
He's coming to sue you
Huh?
now.
Oh
Guys, if you
no.
want to sue him for all he's worth, which isn't a lot, but
Which
you
is
know.
fucking nothing. I owe
Yeah.
nothing. I don't even have a job half the time. Also, I'm just saying, if all the witnesses stop disappearing, we know why.
Oh my god.
What? Nothing. I'm just saying.
He's safe. Here, wait. Oh,
Look, there is
Maybe.
apple up here.
This way.
yeah,
Oh,
you
it's
can eat this
upward.
one. This one is okay to eat. Nom nom nom. Look how
I
beautiful it
eat.
is.
Yum 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 yum.
You're beautiful it is.
you.
Yum yum. There's more here.
There's another one.
Go
Oh,
gobble.
You
wow.
are the apple of my eye.
There's your apple here. Here you
That
go.
don't
Let me
mean
feed
nothing,
you.
bro. I'm gonna jump over here.
Thank you.
You're
Look, I
welcome.
climb. Nyeh.
Oh, Nino, should I boost
Yeah.
you up?
I failed. Give me a hand, Ravi. Give me a hand, Ravi.
I got you. I got.
No!
I got you. I think. There you go. I get Nino climb again.
Okay.
Come on, get you.
Thanks.
There we
Alright,
go.
I'm fine.
Ooh,
I
God.
wasn't
You
ready.
fell right into my face.
Oh wait.
You want a boost?
I would love a boost. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, where's
I
Roy?
think it's dead.
Ah, shit.
Oh shit! I fell off course.
Wait, I
need
just
to get
realized I
Bing
shouldn't
Bong.
have come down here.
Bing bong is important. I need to get Bing bong. How far down did he go?
Hold up, let me come back,
How far did he go?
Hey, Robbie, scream.
Yeah. I see him. I see his...
You see him?
Yeah. Oh god, I have myself.
Oh, I see him too. Oh my god. Wait, I have roots. I can heal him. Wait, put him on
Okay,
your back.
I'm
put him on your
carrying
back.
him.
Wait.
I'm gonna lob him off.
Hold up. I can help him. Alright, drop him. Ow.
Oh yo, here you go.
Alright, drop him on the floor.
Oh, I thought I dropped him. There you go. Oh, let me grab the
Alright.
bag. I shouldn't actually hold on to the bag.
What
Here
the
you go.
fuck?
Fable, you should
Yeah.
hold the bag.
No,
I trust
mine.
Fable.
Oh, he already joined it.
Okay, wait,
Yeah.
okay, let me put
No.
let me put
No.
the stuff in there. The ropes.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, you what? Didn't you not? Didn't you want
I
to?
have like 1 stamina. One
Yeah.
like
You're gonna
actual
die.
fucking titty hairs worth of stamina.
Do you have
Alright, well,
more medicine?
I do not. That was all I had.
Bro, how am I gonna climb, bro?
It's okay. I'll give you a hand. Here. Beautiful.
Wow, he's actually so special.
I have 1 stamina.
Okay,
This
hold
is
on.
what I have, bro.
Okay,
my
okay,
hand.
okay, and then here. Okay.
Thank you. Wait, okay. Now I lost that stamina because now I'm hungry, so I have nothing.
Oh, you're gonna
He's
pass
gonna-
out soon. You're gonna pass
I'm
out
fine.
again.
Well, okay. Somebody take this. Take that backpack.
All
There you
right.
go, I'll be fine.
Bruh.
You went up
Bruh.
further
Just
than I
get off
thought
my
you
head, I'll
would.
boost you.
No.
Here.
Thank you. Yeah. I'm fine.
This looks quite devastating.
Oh,
Yeah, that was
man.
very desperate humping right there.
There's a suitcase over there.
Nino, I need the top of your head.
Oh wow, you boosted me too. Wait, I can get up here. I can give you a hand. There we go. Oh my god.
They clipped it.
Oh man.
Good. That's a great clip.
Just so in full up.
Does anyone have food?
No,
I do not.
no food.
Wait.
Oh, how I get up there?
Wait. Let me get up here.
I boosted.
Nino, you have a very strong neck. I'm very proud of you. Oh.
Okay, hold up.
You wanna
Here you go.
not spider monkey right now?
Oh my
wait
God,
for me
okay.
to get stamina. Wait for me to get stamina.
Oh wait. Hold.
Go.
Can you climb at all?
There you go.
I need food. I have 1 stamina again.
We're not
Alright,
making this.
okay.
Yes, we are. By we, I mean you. I'm not. Can I
Okay,
just like
no.
hang on to the backpack or something?
You cannot.
Okay, get on my head.
I'm not sure
Yeah,
if
I'm
you...
here.
Wait, hold up. Oh no, I don't have it. No stamina.
Turn on the mark. It's all those songs.
It's okay. Go on without me. I'm gonna go find a med kit.
No,
Wait,
no,
I'm
go the
gonna-
other way. If
I'll
we
no.
go-
I'll
there's
find
a
something.
suitcase
I'll
on
find
the-
something. I'll find
Oh
something.
god.
I'm fine. I'm not fine.
He's dead.
Yeah, I'm also about to die. Oh, Nino, I'm gonna pass out now.
Oh no, okay.
Remember
Whee!
me. Maybe I can die mid-jump.
Yeah, join us!
Wait,
Join
I'm not like passed out.
Join
Just... Ah!
us! Join us! Okay, I shouldn't put us on ascendant.
Oh hey, how you doing?
Hey, you did great. Okay, we're gonna go easy mode. We go easy mode for Ravi.
What?
Did you
No,
get a
we
badge?
don't. No.
Did you get
No,
a
no, no.
badge?
And what now? I don't know.
No badges. You got no badges.
Okay,
you're-
but no,
you're
we
finished
are
naked.
not going easy mode.
Okay, we'll go normal mode.
Go. Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
I ain't no baby.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that is... So, you know.
Normal mode, guys. Just normal mode. Normal mode. Normal Ravi mode.
What?
Normal
Don't touch it.
baby.
Alright, let me
We're
hold
gonna,
on to
we're gonna
this
take
thing.
Bing Bong. Bing Bong.
Okay.
on
Put the
plate.
bugle in my backpack.
I don't know
Oh
how to
yeah.
I'll
do
just
that.
hold it.
Well, oh, I can put it in your backpack if you want.
Oh. Yes, please.
Ravi is silly. He doesn't know how to do it.
Put it in.
Do we only get 1 backpack?
Yeah.
Yes, but if we go to the top, we get another one.
Hold on. There's a flare. Do I put that in there? I'll put that in there. Yes.
Okay.
What are you gonna use it for?
I don't know.
Oh,
Come on.
I have an idea. We should split up so we can get more stuff.
That's like...
That is
First,
the
I'll
worst
go with
idea.
Fable, and then Ravi, you're a big man.
What is that? Wait, what? What does that mean?
You're a big boy.
means you can take care of your...
Suitcase.
Yeah, see?
I see loot. I see loot.
He's gonna find it. He's gonna find it.
I can hear you.
We were saying, you're gonna find out.
That you're a big, strong, independent
Yeah,
Man.
you're big, strong, and independent.
Don't leave me
Yes.
alone, I'll cry.
Oh no.
Okay. Parkour.
Ugh. Hey, that's
I ha-
very nice food you have there.
I have trail mix. I'm stuffing
You
it down
wanna
your throat.
stare at
There
that?
you go. I stuffed it
Yay!
down your throat. Yep, that's right.
I'm choking on trail meat.
Not the worst way to die.
Oh,
That
is
is
this
true.
orange? It's red. Okay. Are you
Hello.
hungry?
No.
Okay. Are you hungry?
What do I use a what do I do with a
No.
sports drink?
Oh, you drink it. You
drink
get
it.
extra stamina.
Yes.
Should I do that now or is it
Yeah,
temporary?
you can already do that.
Okay.
Look at the bar below you,
Oh,
like
I
your
see.
stamina.
And it uses that when I run out of the other one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
I
Yeah.
see. I am smart. I am smart.
I mean, I wouldn't go that far.
Shut up.
Think about it, trail mix is just nuts. Is it just nuts?
Yeah,
There's also
it's
other
nuts.
stuff in there.
It's like nuts and dried fruit and stuff.
Yeah, I was
At
thinking there's some dried fruit
Cranberries.
in there.
Maybe raisins,
Cranberries?
which are also just dried
Cranberries.
fruit anyway.
Cranberries.
Cranberry.
Cranberries.
You know what I'm gonna do later?
Cranberries.
Mark my words, I'm gonna eat a carrot.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, a real
Wow.
carrot.
Yeah. I'm feeling brave today.
Whoa. We go in this.
Oh, yeah, maybe we go. Yeah, maybe go up.
Hello.
Yeah.
You trying to
You
get
want
that
the nut?
coconut?
Yeah, catch
Throw
it.
it. Oh, you
Oh,
missed.
okay.
I go
catch
get it.
I
I got it.
One.
All right.
Yeah, you need
Just
to
gonna
hit it
squeeze
real
your way
Crack
hard.
that shit. Boom. Num num.
I got another one here.
How the fuck I
Nom,
get
nom,
around this shit, bro?
You just kind
go-
of solidified between those. Well, what the fuck was that?
I'm fine.
He's not fine. He got
Was that
spiked.
you?
He's
No.
got spikes on his butt.
Delfino.
He's got spikes on your butt. I need to get it out.
No.
I need. Oh no. Okay. Okay,
I'm fine.
buddy.
So
He's,
today I'm a horse and none of you said anything. None of you
What?
noticed.
Did you
I'm a
call
horse
yourself a
today.
whore?
A horse?
My
Oh, okay.
favorite.
I thought you were
horse.
finally owning it.
What? I'm not a whore. What the
And you
fuck?
found a bean on the peak.
No, you didn't.
How I do think, how I go.
We have to think of.
Yay!
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let it go.
Thanks.
Neat. Hey,
You didn't have to, Tesla. You didn't have to.
there's stuff.
You didn't
There's
have
stuff on
to.
there. Look, stuff.
And you should get the step. Oh shit! You're exposing me again, Lampy.
How do I?
You can do it.
Well, you go up here maybe, and then, or you go into the
Yes.
onto the.
Yeah. See, you did it.
Don't die without me having a great view on it. Oh,
What?
there we go. What? I said don't die.
Can I eat the yellow fruit?
No,
It's
no.
going
eating
to
it.
poison them.
It's fine.
You're gonna die.
No problem. Can I drink 2 sports drinks?
Yeah.
Yes, you can.
Oh hell yeah.
Is it
Yoink.
filled up though?
Well, that is actually because I
It
was
is now.
gonna say,
How I get back?
Uma
How I get back?
and then,
Jump.
Can I make that? I can make that.
And then climb the rest of the way.
Now, and I didn't want to
Feel
bother
fine.
taking off the ears in case we end early, and I'm gonna switch to that.
Roll a 12.
What?
Well,
Hello?
actually,
Why is it doing that? What the fuck?
Let me quickly open tips.
You just wanted to give up.
It appears I forgot them again.
Roll a
Where
12.
the fuck is Fable?
She's.
I'm
Fabio?
up here. I'm quickly
you're up there.
opening. I'm quickly opening tips up because I forgot.
I guess we can go up here. Look.
She got
There
there.
we go. Are you guys
Yes.
above me or below me?
I don't know where you
below
are.
you.
I think we're below you.
Oh. Well, if you guys need help, I would love to. I just don't know exactly
You rolled
where
a
you guys
12.
are currently located.
You rolled. No, you. No. No. There you go. You do exclamation mark. Yes.
Alright, I think you guys are currently on the way up.
Yes.
Where I am.
Yes. Give
Yeah,
hand.
we're right behind you.
Wow. What if I died?
You'll be fine.
No, I would not be fine.
Get your asses up here.
Roll a 12, Tesna.
Yeah.
You rolled a 12.
Give me your hand. I wish to touch you.
Okay.
I'm waiting.
I got another there. Thank you.
There we go. Oh, of course.
You want me to eat a bean?
Oh no. Ow! What the fuck? Oh my god!
What happened?
What?
Oh. That was just I was getting bits thrown at my head and it was like such a loud noise and I was fucking startled. Well, MP, thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Immersive.
I know you rolled a 9. I saw you rolled a 9.
I climb. Wait. Ninu?
Yeah?
Why does it say tenderfoot in the top? Did you
'Cause
put
that's
us on
normal.
baby difficulty?
No, I didn't.
That's baby difficulty.
She said she put it on normal difficulty.
I did it. I said normal difficulty for Ravi.
No, I said put it on the same difficulty. I don't need baby difficulty.
You
I am
need
big-
baby
I am
hands.
strong.
You need baby hands for
Shut up,
your
you're behind
baby
me right now.
legs. You look at you. You're gonna
Sorry, I can't hear
die.
you down there. I can't hear you
You're
down there.
gonna
You're so
die.
busy down there. You're so look up. Where?
I don't care.
I'm
Where?
not
looking.
Where?
And you're looking.
We're not looking.
We're not even
We
gonna.
did it for
we're not even
you.
gonna
Because
go
you're
to
babies
you.
and babies have bad necks, so they can't look up.
Yeah, I hope you meet your friend.
Yeah, I hope
Fuck
so
off,
too.
friend, bro.
Yeah,
You're gonna
that's a valid question.
Yeah.
No, who?
Who's? You're gonna meet a friend. Go all the way to the
And
top.
he will have long legs.
Nah,
Yeah.
see you boys at the top, bro.
I just got to. I just went there because you gave me a hand.
It's like two babies arguing about baby difficulty. Baby difficulty.
Woody.
Baby difficulty. Alright, there we go.
Hurry up, baby.
Oh my
Look
god,
at him,
Nino, we
he-
gotta kill him.
He's
You know,
gonna
I think we
meet
have to kill
it.
this
He's
dude.
gonna meet the thingy.
Oh, you bet he is. And
He's gonna meet
then we're
it.
just gonna
Thank you.
see him being yeeted off the mountain.
Yeah. And then he will always look behind his back.
And he will eat his words like a scrumptious pudding.
Scrumptious. Yo, which was
Scrumptious.
Alright, Tesna, I will eat your bean after we get to that thingy. Get marshmallow. Whoa. Are you
Wow. The babies finally showed up, huh?
No.
I already filled up my backpack.
You did?
Yeah, because you're selfish.
Yeah, I
I
am.
ain't cooking my marshmallow.
I want to push Fable off this mountain? What the fuck?
What the hell?
Same.
What the hell?
What the fuck, Cookie? Why would you want to do that?
Why? Guys,
Why are
why?
you
Because
guys always so mean to
Stupid little
me?
baby. What is that? What is that? What was that?
What? Nothing.
Eat this.
Dirty
slut.
dishwater.
I'm not a slide! Why are you saying these things to me?
I see suitcases.
To me.
Me.
Wait, was your character wearing lipstick? I always wear lipstick and eyeshadow blue. That is not... Are you saying that because I have different ears, so you're like, oh, do you have a new haircut?
Ow.
He burnt himself.
Oh, you're eating that again?
again? He burnt himself.
I
Don't
didn't burn
eat
myself. I got
green.
poisoned.
Fine, motherfucker, okay? Wait, so you mean that? You didn't even notice my different ears then? Didn't even notice the ears? What the fuck?
Wow, that's crazy.
Oh
Let's
my
go.
god.
I
It's
have
time
to
to
I'm
go.
trying,
to
okay,
eat
you're
this
doing good.
bean.
You're doing your best.
Tesna? Tesna? Are you still there, Tesna?
I did it.
How to do a formula. What did you do?
Oh,
Did
it's
you eat
purple.
something?
I
Wait,
threw it.
when did I change it?
Ah, it's wet! Everything wet! Banana bar! Can it be banana bar? Yes! Help! I'm good, I'm fine.
There's literally, you know what that reminded me of? You know in SpongeBob that one episode where they're on that like little roller coaster, it's like
Is yellow banana okay?
I couldn't grab the wall because I had a banana in my hand, so I panicked.
Oh my god.
Then I panicked and ate the banana. Don't throw that at me, you bastard.
Okay.
I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. I know what a banana feels like.
Yeah, do it then. Do it then.
No. Stop
I'm
it.
gonna grab this banana
what,
too,
bruh?
and I'm gonna eat it. Nom nom nom.
Oh, it's suitcase.
Yay!
Have
Okay,
a
Cookie, how you're doing? Welcome,
Band-Aid.
Queen. But yeah, I always have lipstick in.
Got him.
wow.
Fucking liberal.
Abusive. Abusive.
No.
Abusive.
What was that? What was that? What was that?
Thank you. Thank
Speed.
you.
Oh.
It's so funny.
Oh, again. And narcolepsy. Oh, fuck.
Where we go up?
Able.
Kazna, I'm gonna eat your bean now. Since you're here now. Okay.
We're up. Fable,
All
we're
right.
up. We're up.
I think what you wanted to ask was, what's up?
No, I don't care. We're up.
Alright, well I guess we're gonna start like there, and then go up there, and then we'll see if there's
Okay.
maybe a way to go into the bigger thing. Oh, that doesn't sound great. Oh, Nina. You're playing Musume now? Yes, I am. I love Musume. I already did it. Like, I was talking about that. I want to say that. I was talking about that, like, at least a year ago. I know everyone's on it, and I think that's amazing because it deserves love. But I haven't played the game beforehand because when I wanted to play it, I only found it in Japanese and I don't speak that, so you know. And then I found out, oh wow, you can play it in English now. So then I got it, and suddenly everyone's talking about it, and I think that's great. And I love the anime too, and I love Special Week and Gold Chip especially. They're my two favorites, and I love them. But I also like White Sour, and
I hope you had fun with that.
And all of them. Wow.
I did it again, by the way. I washed
Nina,
the
come
dishwater with
Come on, Nino,
soap.
come on.
Can be quite random from time to time. Yeah, I can.
Have I
but
poisoned
still love
myself?
Boys, girls. I love boys, girls.
Oh.
Have I poisoned myself?
That's good, dear girls, obviously, but
Am I dead?
Look.
oh, you want to grab it?
Oh,
I think you should do that.
I heard
Then
it.
I'm not gonna.
My backpack full.
What about your inventory?
That boat was full.
I see.
Listen time. I forgive you.
You know what? I'm not gonna risk it. I died.
I'm eating this. Let's go.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. Wait, I got a
Sleeping
plan.
in your bed. There's like
Find
soap,
another one, like after you.
flame, soap. Are you?
I'm fine.
How's your plan working out?
Now you have
Great.
soap.
I got the lube, and look, there's bandages in there. It's all perfectly fine.
Aw, well that is beautiful.
Yes, it is.
Almost as beautiful as me.
I got an energy drink.
Those horses and rabbits cosplaying as horses. I am not a rabbit. I'm not. Sorry.
Oh,
You
me.
are eating a carrot, aren't you?
Well, not right
Wait.
now.
Where's the way up? It's not the way up.
Nino, you're on the wrong side of the mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's true.
No.
I think this might be...
Feel good.
Actually, no.
Why
Feel
Lee's poison?
good.
Lee's not supposed to be poison.
Yeah. I forgive you. I forgive you, Sigma.
Your whole life. Now do something risky now.
Did you live?
Feel
Yeah.
good.
That's news.
What the fuck? I'm actually not that bad at this
Dun, dun,
game.
dun. She's actually really good at this game.
I find that hard to believe. Anyway.
Oh my god, you never have faith in me.
I have faith in you. He's not
Thank
important.
you.
Oh.
He's not important.
Have you
What
made
if I
it to
shoot
me?
Rogue?
I've only started recently. And with recently I mean a couple days ago. But I especially because she's my favorite just in general, like
Thank you.
personality wise.
Nino, I put rope.
And gold chip of
I
course.
put
I
rope.
haven't
We climb
actually
rope,
done
yes?
gold chips career
Okay.
yet.
Yes, yes.
But
The thing
yeah,
is-
I
Alright,
only have
wait,
like
let me
Oh, yeah,
boost
wait, we
you.
gotta wait for it to not
for
rain,
the-
right?
Wait for
I
the
only
rain
have
and
wait
then
for
I'll
the rain to
boost
go
you.
away.
two
Yeah, just wait,
of
wait,
the
wait.
3-star ones so far. I only have special weekend
Nice head.
similarly Rudolph, I think.
Oh, there you go.
So yeah, I don't have a lot
Go.
yet, but
Yep.
I like playing it because I really love the anime and all that, and I've been waiting to play it in English. Because you know, last time I checked, it was only in
Do you have
Japanese,
the
and I was so
stamina up there?
sad because I had watched the anime.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
fine.
okay, I'm gonna
Your
need
turn.
your hand.
There was
Yeah,
like,
I'm holding my hand now.
We actually play it.
Mm,
And
You're fine.
yay.
It was so sad.
Ah, fuck! Flashbang.
That pen. Get that pen. There you go.
Oh,
Very good.
gosh, there's a suitcase right there.
Oh.
Here,
I
go
see.
around.
It's on. Oh, it's kind of in the middle of them. Yeah, we're chilling.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Anything good in there?
We're going the right way. There's airline food.
Oh,
Are you
that's
hungry?
good. No, I'm full.
Okay, I
You-
eat.
Shall I put it? Oh, okay. I was gonna put it in your bag.
My bag is full. Oh, hey, we can eat these, right?
Yep, those are okay.
They are. Oh, they're red. Okay, yeah. There you go. Nope.
Wait, let me
There you
come
go.
down and put them in your bag.
Like I said, my bag is full.
Your bag's full?
Yep.
The rain. It's raining.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Come on.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, thanks. Thanks.
Yoink.
Ooh. I think that's the
go
tallest
around.
tree.
There's a lot. Oh, there's a tree there. Yeah. Oh, this looks easy to climb. Nice and easy.
Oh wait. She's gonna be fine.
She's just yapping over there.
Yeah. Okay.
What is this? There's a thing.
Hold up. Let me see.
Magic bean.
Oh, I don't know what it does. What?
I can't eat it or
Oh, I know what
anything.
it does. It grows. It's like a beanstalk.
Oh, so wait, I
but-
drop it somewhere and then it grows
Yeah,
when
but
it
yeah.
rains?
You
Okay.
just- no, you have to. I think you have to.
Oh, throw it maybe? Mushroom. I found a bugle's room. Nom 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 nom.
Oh, I missed it.
Oh.
Grab it.
I'm grabbing on. We got it. Oh. Yeah, alright. I'm good.
I made it.
Okay. Very good, very good.
No, it's very useful. Very useful.
I can just hear Fable echoing through the mountains.
Yeah. These.
Playing our own game. Alright.
He's gonna be fine.
Yeah, she's fine.
She's fine, right, guys?
Yeah. What?
I think I'm going to kill myself.
Why?
No! Don't!
Bruh. Bruh.
You have Bing Bong. Don't kill yourself. I believe in you. Tell her you believe in her. Oh gosh.
But what if they don't?
You guys believe in her, right?
Uh-oh. I slide.
Oh no, there's nothing up here. Okay.
Yeah. Gotta go around.
Maybe.
Very good, very good.
Maybe. Oh gosh. Oh gosh.
What is that?
That is just spiky.
That looks dangerous.
This is the edge. Oh gosh.
It was dangerous.
Yes. No good. We have to wait. It's the edge.
We can go up here. When the rain goes away, we can go up right here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Nom, 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 nom.
Wait, you want a boost?
Oh.
Wait, I didn't even give you a boost.
Oh.
It's just raining.
It is very much raining.
Oh. Oh,
Uh-oh.
you made it. Nice.
Uh-oh, this is a problem.
Oh,
this is a problem.
oh,
This is a
oh,
problem.
no.
Help, 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 help. Oh, I'm
You're
fine.
fine. You're fine.
Yeah, I'm chilling. Okay.
Okay. Oh. Okay. Alright. Oh, you
I
found
found a little pit stop right here.
it. Nice.
Oh, we can make that.
What, this thing?
Yeah. Give me boost. Give me boost.
Okay.
I have an idea. Wait, let me get up. Okay. Wait,
Oh, I see. Okay.
Nope. Hold on, I need to have this knot in my hand at first. Oh, I'm on.
Yeah.
There you go. Jump up and grab it.
Oh, it's raining.
Yeah. Might not be good, not good.
Wait, no, I mean it.
Grab my hand! Grab my hand, quick! Quick! Help me! Thank you.
Fine.
No. I will fall 5 feet and die.
Okay, I don't know about this. Maybe we go.
On the right here. On the right. Look. Over here.
Is there a spot?
There's the spot right here. Yeah. Yeah, right here.
Okay. Thanks. Okay.
I climb. Yes. Hey.
Egg. Oh no!
I'm fine.
Okay. Rest up.
I'm good, I'm coming. Just broke 17 ankles. What? Oh, water. Not
Okay.
dividend. Oh, I see the thing, it's over here.
Yeah. Damn.
Uh-oh.
Slippy.
There you go. Neat. Oh, we can just walk over here. Look.
Yeah. You're still yapping.
Yeah, she hasn't stopped.
Yeah, but she'll survive.
Yeah, it's not really playing the game with us though. It's kind of playing on our own. Oh, neat.
You might meet a friend.
Well, good luck with that.
Oh wait, let me grab this bag before.
Thing.
Oh, paper, scroll. It's a new one.
Oh, I found a kingberry. Hold on, I'll put it in your
Gather
backpack.
round the fire. Okay, you can read the paper.
I'm putting things in your backpack.
Okay. Wait, the suitcase here.
All right.
Grappling.
Oh, rope gun. Anything? Nothing else? All right then.
Okay, let's see where she is. Bayball! Bayball! Bayball? Bayball!
What are you doing?
Where are you? She has no stamina. Okay, we're coming!
I guess we're coming down.
We're coming! We need Bing Bong! I'm coming down! Oh, watch out for the gloop.
I avoid the gloop.
We need Bing Bong, remember? Okay, there's a suitcase here on our way down here.
Oh, hey, oh, there's two of them.
Okay, I'm going for this orange one.
I guess I'll go get the other one.
Babel! I hear you.
How far, woman? Have you just been AFK this whole time? How far down are you? You told us that when we were already at the top.
We're coming down.
Bruh.
We're gonna save you. You must survive. No, we need Big Bog. Babel. Wait.
Hey.
Hi.
Wait a second.
Wait, where did you die?
That I don't know, somewhere very far down there. Naked to the top.
Bing Bong.
We need Bing Bong.
Bing Bong's
Go
only.
get Bing Bong!
Bing Bong is only. You wanna go down, Ravi?
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, you know, it is what it is.
Bagel, how about you stick around now?
How about you what?
How about you don't run off?
Ravi, do you have a
I
spot
didn't run off.
left?
I went like a different way than you guys.
That
I didn't like.
That
But
is
I
what running
could
off
have
is.
said.
Do you
okay,
have a
but
spot
what about
left?
if you two ran off, huh? What
Do
would
you have
you
a
two
We
ran
spot
off?
left?
didn't. We were together.
Do you have a spot left?
Nope. What is it?
Fable's next husband. That is not my
Yeah,
next
I'll
husband. Frank is what. I'm actually. I don't
First
care
take
for
it.
the big
I
lanky
have
fella.
But wait, let me look at your back.
My
Turn around.
backpack is full.
Like he's cool and all, but I'm not
Oh.
gonna sim for
Wait.
him, right?
Yes, but I'm gonna replace it with this apple so we can get a medkit. That's more important.
Yeah. Okay, but look. There's a cool one. There's a cool
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
There's a
my
bunch
Fable
of them
never
over there.
See, the
Yeah, there's a
problem
cool
with that
one.
lamp here is that I have the revival statue on me.
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah,
Yeah, and that's down there at the bottom with Bing Bong.
and me.
Yeah, you're here too.
Yeah, but there's a.
I know how to get there.
Brother, are you kidding me right now? Is he dead?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm dead. I'm very dead.
Wait.
I was trying to. I saw the vine. I wanted to grab the vine and climb over to the thing. You
That's
see
not how
the
you
one
do
I
it.
missed.
Yeah, I know, but
One sec, people want sim for a miracle. They're so.
But apparently you don't hold left click to grab the vines. You hold E. I
Yeah.
found out when I missed the vine. I didn't know that. I thought it was left click like everything else.
no.
Oh.
Okay, I'll get it. Oh, wouldn't it be funny if I fall,
Aggressive typing.
Okay.
You can do it, Nino.
Yes, I open it. Okay.
Bro.
What's in there? Oh, Pandora! Okay. So, let me eat this. And then, I'm gonna drop this because I need the...
Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow.
I'm gonna use that. And then...
Or we had one job. Okay, but to be fair, so did I.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? Fuck you. No need to be a little bitch about it.
Well, I'm just saying, we're only all dying here because we had to go back for you.
You know what? You're right. He did have one job.
Oh my god.
You had none and you still fumbled.
I have a lot of jobs.
Not anymore, you don't.
No, I still have a job. I'm Ninu's support.
Yes.
I don't know about that.
Let me see this other
Since I'm done with Overwatch now, I can say there's 16 variants of Fable, 4 facial impressions with 2 versions. You know what? Since I'm dead, let me just check that out real quick. Since I am deceased.
Wait, do I have any spots in my bag? Oh, I do.
Emotional support goes T, that's me.
Lollipop or Piton, guys? I think I'll take
Oh my
Piton.
goodness. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I can eat
It's
this.
so pretty. Oh my god, Ghost, my beloved. That is so pretty. Oh my god.
How long does it last? Oh, well, it's already gone.
Thank you so much, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Damn,
You
okay.
can do it.
Yeah, but
You
I don't
can
know
do
which
it.
way is the safe way to go back.
The vine below you.
This one?
Yes. Indeed.
Maybe wait until the rain is over though.
Does that affect the vines?
I think you still slip. I'm not exactly sure. Like, at least, you know, if Nino then gets to the edge, you know. Okay, now.
Whee!
Are you close? Okay.
No, I'm not you.
Things on your wrist. Yes, I did. It's so cool. It's such a
Well,
good
I
idea,
got
actually.
to it. I just didn't click the right
Thank you,
button.
Frankazoid. It's so pretty and so cute. Ghost. Ghost.
Oh, my stamina.
my sweet.
Okay.
Oh man, it's so pretty. The artist is so good.
You are now the... You got... Boost? Wait, did
Oh,
we...
I got...
Let's see if we can climb this part.
Yes,
You can do
yes,
it.
yes, yes.
That looks good. If you can make it to... Oh. I'm not...
No, you're fine.
Oh,
Jump,
yeah.
jump, jump, jump.
Oh,
Oh no.
No, you should have lunged right the... Okay, wait. Wait, if you turn around...
No, that's good. That's perfect.
Oh
That's
yeah,
perfect.
yeah, no,
Right there.
yeah, there's this thing there.
No, turn around. No, turn around. Turn around. Over here. Nino, over here. This way. No.
Nah.
No,
Nah.
like over here, over here.
Down. Over here. This way.
No.
Like here, there's
Close.
this little thingy. There's like a little...
Wait for the water.
Oh, dude.
Yes.
It looks like a nose from here. It looks like there's 2 nostrils. Oh, yeah, wait, I've got
Kind of does, yeah.
Climb into the nostril.
Climb
Yeah,
into
that's
the
right.
nose pussy. No sussy. Nussy.
Nussy.
Yeah. You wanna go today or what?
No, it's waiting for the rain.
The rain stopped.
And when the rain begins to fall.
You got this.
Meow, meow,
Oh, it's this
meow,
spot. This is all the way at the
meow.
bottom. This is where the piton is.
Oh,
The piton?
yeah.
The one we set up earlier. You know, not that Fable would know. Because she wasn't there.
I don't want to play with Ravi anymore.
That's okay. You weren't playing with us anyway.
Oh my god. Okay. Wait. No. And then we went this way, right?
I think we climbed up right there behind you. Like if you go back to those rocks, there's a lot of small rocks you can climb on. Yeah.
What, here?
Yeah. Right there.
Oire.
The oiter.
Oida.
Dink your oiter.
Oire.
Dink your oiter. Actually, I'm gonna dink my oiter.
You guys are gonna come back, don't worry. I'm gonna bring you guys back.
I believe in you.
Sniff. Sniff.
Are you sniffing the mountain or Nino?
No, I was sniffing Nina because she put her hand out.
I washed it.
It doesn't fucking smell like it. Smells like sour cream chips.
Sour cream. Okay. I need to. Okay, so Ravi thinks that is fucking weird. But what is your guys' opinion on putting chips on a sandwich?
No. Putting chips and nothing else on there.
It wasn't nothing else.
It was.
I put sour cream Pringles on a cheese sandwich. It wasn't nothing else.
Served it to me. It was just
Yeah, there was
Pringles.
cheese on it. I've
Sour
never
cream
eaten it with just
Pringles.
Pringles. I've never eaten it with just Pringles.
So you fed me the inferior version then.
No, I didn't feed you that. I put
Also,
cheese on that.
Brother in Christ, like it would not hurt you to get a nutrient in your body. Fucking white
Okay, but
bread,
if
chips, and cheese.
But if I put
Good God.
chips on my fucking sandwich, I'm not doing it to be healthy. I'm doing it because
No,
I want an unhealthy
no,
little
but-
treat.
No, but you don't have to go out of your way to just add carbs on your carbs. Like that can't be practical. Wouldn't it take
I don't
like
fucking care.
at least
It's
just take like
tasty.
if you make it a snack, get some unhealthy meat or something and stick it on there, you know? Like so it's at least not just bread on bread with fat on it.
Okay, but how about I just don't listen to you, and I have my little treat the way I want it?
You can have your little treat. I'm just saying it doesn't taste good.
Well, I think that is a wrong opinion.
That's okay.
Yay!
I think you should
Yay.
just eat a beef stick or something. That shit
Oh.
fire.
Oh, the guys
Stick some beef steak on bread. There you go. Easy.
I mean, yeah, you can put that too. I mean,
That's just like a
Am I
Philly
close?
cheesesteak for people who are in jail. No.
Philly cheesesteak is great.
Yeah. Nah, you're right next to it. I hate that Fable's ghost looks at me no matter where I am.
Whee! Bing Bong is coming.
No, Bing Bong is not coming. Ow.
Hello.
I'm hungry.
Hi.
There's marshmallows here.
Give me your backpack. Give me your backpack.
Marshmallows.
Oh yeah, right.
Marshmallow.
Yeah.
I wanna roast it.
Yum 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 yum.
Is that bad? It's not bad.
I can burn
It is. It does actually make it funny. You're right.
Wait, what did you...
Look,
Okay.
I took this.
Here, Fable. You get one too.
From when they thought you were gonna shoot me with that.
What is the difference between the hook launcher and the chain launcher? Like this one has a chain instead of a rope?
Yeah, it has a
Oh, yeah.
chain, but you could like...
Like if you were like, you remember the vines from the other, like the region right now, like we were in before. Yeah, you basically shoot something like that. So if you were to stand here and you'd like aim up at the tree, for example, there's
So it's like
a chain
on
from
one
where you are right
side.
now to up. Yeah.
It's a fit line instead of a... I dropped it.
Whee!
I have slippery fingers. They're covered in cookies.
Whee! Oh gosh. Is he cool?
I see a suitcase.
One job, you're not dropping the thing. It's okay, though. He picked it up.
What the heck?
Bruh. Ow.
He should.
Oh, you have to be careful when it gets windy.
For all of us.
Hide in this little corner.
I noticed.
Pick ourselves up when we drop down, and then you boogie.
We're gonna go to the capybaras. Oh no,
Kelly,
we
have you
don't
guys
have a
played the
little
People
trumpet
Before
now.
Oh, shit.
We're-
Yeah, I forgot. I died with that.
Yep.
It's okay. It's okay.
Oh no.
Getting cold and windy.
It's okay. We got cover here. Yes.
I have cooler cover.
No, you don't. I don't even know where you are, but no.
There I am. I emerge. Hi.
Hello.
Where the fuck? I see suitcase up there. Bam,
You
finger
wanna
gun.
get it?
Bam, finger guns. But no, that's so far away. I'll grab it if we come
Cooler
across
cover
it.
is not. You want warm cover? I want a
What it
warm
is.
little cover. I want a
In the
blankie.
hole.
Yeah.
Stop poking me.
Sorry, I'm just so happy to see snow.
No. No.
Winter is coming. Here, give me your
Winter's
hand.
coming.
Oh.
Come.
Oh shit.
Hi.
Winter is
Ravi,
coming, and
over
so
here,
am I.
baby.
Here. The trees.
Oh,
You can hide behind tree.
It's okay. Fable fell in a hole. She'll be fine.
I didn't fall in a hole.
You did.
Wait, you can actually
I got it on
hide.
video.
I'm
can actually
climbing
hide-
Meat Mountain,
can
aka
actually
your
hide
mom.
behind the trees.
Look.
Do you hear that? You I called his
posted
mother
a
Meat
video,
Mountain.
posted the video of Fable falling in the hole. Look at
Meat
this.
What?
Mountain.
Is it gonna be a penguin? Is it gonna be the
Yes.
video of the penguin who gets knocked over by the other penguin?
Yep.
Oh my god.
That's... You're welcome.
Hello! Hi Levi, how's it going? Hello. Thank you for doing brain damage with the nasty wretched orcs.
What's so funny, huh?
They played the clip of you falling.
What the fuck?
You don't have a mom? I know. I didn't mean your mom. I'm sure your mom was a lovely lady.
Was?
Yeah.
Oh, there's this
Oh.
stinky. Let me grab it.
Oh, great time for the music to kick in. Love it.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. 3! Hide behind 3!
I'm having a cooler height. Oh, actually, I don't.
No, you don't.
Well, actually, it's pretty cool here. It's,
Ow.
He'd be in the perfect spot. Like me.
That's only saying I because she can't experience the meat on her own. Change my mind. What do you mean I can't experience
Like,
the
look,
meat
this
on my
hat
own?
so
Was that
funny.
not even me?
Should we go left or right?
I think the capybaras are on the right.
Okay,
Somewhere
let's go
there,
right.
maybe.
Let's go to the capital black piece.
Yeah.
Nino,
What?
give me your hand! I will fall! Oh,
You
thank
will
you.
not fall. The blue thing is gonna be make you real cold. Oh gosh.
That's okay, that's how I like it.
Oh, okay.
Well, thank you, thank you. Alright, I want to find the Cappy Blappies.
Yes.
I found them. I
Wait.
see them.
You see them?
They're right here. I'm gonna go
Nothing
in the
Fable.
hospital with the cappy wappy.
Wait, did you say I have no bitches? Is that what you're saying? Wait, hold on, that just registered with me.
Wait, okay, wait, maybe I can use the chain thing.
Oh, wait, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it.
I already did.
Oh my god.
I can't believe you did it.
What? What's the problem?
Because
I just thought we might want to save
gonna
that for
need
when
it
we are
for the-
actually in a bit of a pickle.
We
yeah,
are in a
look at
pickle.
it.
We were
Look
over there
at
and the
it.
cappy blappies were over here. That's a pickle.
Can I feed them?
Oh my god.
Oh no. Om yum 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 yum.
This was on the head. Do you think it's safe to eat? I'm gonna eat it.
I don't know. I took something out of your backpack and ate it. Now I'm poisoned.
What did you? What did
You
you?
know what? That was a stupid idea.
The yellow one is okay. It was
Damn it.
okay to eat that one. The
Yeah,
ones on the
not the thing
head.
in your backpack. That wasn't.
Cappy Blappy.
Yeah, I don't know what you ate.
I don't know.
Warmy Cappy Blappies. Even
Yeah.
with kids. Oh, was a good baby. You're a very special week. I am. It's true. That's why I like special weeks so much.
I drowned with them.
How do we get up there? Can we climb this tree?
You know the chain thing that you just used?
Yeah, but we wouldn't even be here to go up there if I didn't use the chain thing. So, get schooled, loser, liberal. Fuck you.
Oh my god.
You're making right.
Parkour.
Oh, hey, this is easy. There's a spot right here.
There is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, let me wait until the snowstorm is over and then I'll try to get up there too.
Yeah, I'm being hit by the snowstorm even though I'm in cover. It's kind of annoying.
Give hand. Give hands.
Hello. I'm no! Come here! Come here! Come here! No, come here! No, Nino!
Everything okay?
I lost the Nino.
Nino, are you okay?
Nino?
Oh no, Nino said!
I'm coming back down, Nino. Hello.
Oh, hi, I'm
It's
fine.
okay, she's alive.
I just rolled.
Guys, don't climb wall, climb tree.
Okay.
Tree monkey.
Yeah? Shut the fuck up. Get out my hand!
No, I can do.
Get out my hand!
Yeah.
Grab my hand!
I did.
There you go.
Hey, what I wanted to say was that I'm a hopeless romantic.
What's
Right.
up there?
I don't know, I go
Finish
up.
my
I climb
sentence.
Oh,
tree.
there's more tree.
Yes.
Safety on this other side.
First time seeing a forest before?
Yeah.
What are trees?
I don't
Where
know.
are you?
Uh-oh.
Yay.
Look,
All I know is
cave is
games
Wait.
and 2D women.
2D? They could be 3D too. Come on.
True.
I'm not picky.
Oh, Avion!
Oh, Nina, there's a thing up.
Twice!
There's that thing up
Avion,
there.
thank you so much for the rate. Avion,
What's
can
up
you
there?
give yourself a shout out?
I don't know, I think it's a... I don't know.
Thank you so much, I appreciate it.
Yeah, there's a suitcase.
Go get it.
Oh, there's another one of these. Mystery. Who wants to sacrifice the
Because you're a
HP?
classy woman, but hearing your monkey noises, you might be a bitch classy girl out.
Sacrifice HP.
Well, at least as I'm still classy, I'm fine with that.
Oh wait, I can sacrifice my HP. Hold up. I
Oh.
open it.
Wait, where's Robbie?
I'm right here.
Oh, there's
Okay.
anti-rope cannon.
If you need a hand, let me know.
Yay.
Hold up, I can barely hear you. Where the fuck are you?
Why am I doing that? What the fuck?
Did you fall in a hole?
God.
No,
Okay,
no,
that's
I
not
just
bad.
walked through a wall. I don't know how. But
Ha.
it's fine.
How utterly strange.
Should we go this way?
Yeah. Then don't go into the cave. Whatever you do, do not go into the cave.
Cave
I'm going
bad.
to-
Oh my god. Yes, I can. Well, thank you, How was your
Avion.
stream? What did you do?
You play Overwatch with Nova?
Avion,
It's
you missed
Novalia,
my
the famous
great monkey
Novalia.
noises.
I think I can get this.
In your classic Witching Tree, I can understand. What? Are you alright?
I think he's dead.
Do you have anything to heal him? Do we have anything? Right, he has
Hey,
a...
it was
Hey,
just...
what's up, loser? How's it going?
Oh, wait, where did you fall to?
On your right. Like, behind, right there.
Like, down here somewhere?
No, right behind, over that rock.
He can't be helped.
I slip.
Wait. Alright, can you switch to me and like navigate me to where you were?
Right, right. I mean, I
Oh
was
my
seeing
God.
from a first-person perspective, so I don't know. Somewhere right here. I don't know. Maybe I bounced off this rock and flew down. I don't know.
What a goofy poopy head.
Can I spectate myself? No.
I'm not sure.
Oh, I see me. Skeletons right down there. I slipped
Oh,
off the zip.
this is kind of like.
Oh, I see it.
I don't think he has a backpack. Yeah, he died. He died. Yeah. He died.
I went all the way here just because I wanted to see if you had a backpack.
No.
Nino,
Yes.
would you
can
be
make
so kind as to help me if I should need it?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
I'm patting her head.
Yeah, don't worry. It's all good. We all miss silly monkey noises sometimes. Huh? I was just talking about the monkey noises.
You ain't nothing.
Why?
Wait. Oh, where is you?
No, on your left, Nina. There you go.
I'm coming. Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. So maybe we
All
go
right.
through here, maybe there.
Oh yeah, that could be.
You wanna boost?
Oh, that would be delightful. Oh wait, I didn't actually really do anything like that. Wait, never mind. No, it actually probably did. Doesn't matter, I'm on my way.
I'm on my way. I'm on my way.
I'm on my way. Oh no.
You can
Oh, yeah,
do
I did it. Oh,
Thank
here.
you. Oh, wait, this is the edge, I think. It looks like the edge.
We can go up here and then up there.
Yeah, look left. Look over here. What my ghost
Yeah.
Up there.
That's where we're gonna go. Yes. Guess we're gonna make it up here first and then we jump over.
Yes.
Hell yeah. You can make that.
I fell!
Oh,
I'm dead.
Nina,
I don't have
Nina,
anything.
yeah, Nina.
Oh shit, It's okay, I survived.
Check my bag!
Just in the hole, right here.
I'm here! I'm right here!
Oh, Nina, no.
Yeah, get a backpack right. I get a ride.
Fuck.
Look above you. Put the piton on that rock up here. Yeah. Up there.
Okay.
Yeah, the one all the way up there. Yeah.
Oh, wait.
You gotta put it away. You can't.
Pull up. Let me
Eat
drop it
brother,
real quick.
Eat your bacon. Eat your bacon. Look,
I don't
look
have-
for fucking
I don't have.
bacon.
That's not bacon.
That's Ninu. No, go. Ninu's dead body over there has bacon. Wait,
I
is
have
that not
bacon?
bacon? What the fuck?
That's a mushroom.
That was bacon.
That's not bacon.
Oh, was it? Wait, what did Nola say when I jumped? What? Wait, sorry, I couldn't. I was distracted by being yelled at about bacon.
Wasn't yelling. And also, it was bacon.
He's gonna save me. He's gonna take me.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, you can make that. On your left. Jump up on the thing on your left. Yeah, there you go. Quick.
He's gonna make. Oh no.
Nova's had many such things during Overwatch. Oh, Nova. I always knew she had it in her, and with it, well, let's just say my penis.
Alright.
Wait, what?
I thought you were gonna say that dog or something.
No, I was gonna be.
You're gonna hypersexualize your own daughter.
Hey, someone's gotta do it. That's how you
No.
make money nowadays.
Oh yeah, it is. You're right. My bad. Didn't realize you were a hustler like that.
Yeah, I know. Respect the grind.
I respect the way you grind on your own daughter. It's really weird, but I respect it.
Oh my god.
Gosh.
Don't worry, Ninu. I'll get you somewhere where I can get a med kit.
He's gonna save me. I need to go to the toilet, guys.
Okay. You got another hook thingy, right?
Yeah, I didn't use the first one. Oh shit.
No, I mean the fucking rope thing. You have a blue.
Oh, the anti-rope cannon. Yeah.
What the fuck is an anti-rope?
It goes. Oh.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
It's okay.
Well, your rope is right here though, so you're fine.
Yeah. Oh. Okay. Alright. Oh, I need some food. Oh my god, I can't believe you made a sound clip out of that already. That is so good. That is so good. Okay, okay, if I make it like up there, then I can...
Well, look on
or
your
maybe
left
up
there.
here.
That part over here, on the left over here. If you go there, you can just walk up. But I'm not sure you can make that climb with how little stamina you have.
Ninu, I might have to leave you here. I need the extra stamina.
Check her backpack.
My bag.
Wait, how do I get to her backpack? Wait, Ninu, can you can you die real quick?
She told me to just die.
Oh, where does
She
this
told me
fuck?
to die. She told me
Yeah,
to
I know.
die, guys.
I did, but where the fuck did your backpack go? Ow!
I think it fell through the ground.
Oh my
No.
god! All right.
Was it worth
Well,
it?
at least way less now, so you can
Yeah.
maybe you can climb.
At least I can hear your beautiful voice.
You wanna get out of that
Very
hole?
slow raptor.
Yeah, I was just
Oh
checking
my
because I
God.
didn't get any damage there.
Turn into a giant.
All right.
woman, a
Giant woman.
All I want to do is see you turn into a giant woman.
Giant woman?
woman. All I want to do is see you turn into a giant woman.
That's
a
not
giant,
good.
Giant woman.
All I want to do is see you turn into a giant
Oh, hell yeah.
women. A giant women.
All I wanted to do.
All I want to do
See
is
I don't
see
know
you
about
turn
that-
into
that
a
jump
giant
you did.
woman.
I didn't want to jump.
Women.
I
All I want to do is see you
See
turn
you turn
into a
into
giant women.
giant
a
woman.
giant women.
Giant woman.
Oh,
Oh,
darling.
Steven
You're stuck
Universe.
on repeat.
Yeah.
Like a
Oh my
broken
God.
record.
Shit!
I
Fuck!
wouldn't want to witness the
It's great. It's a great show. Ow!
Maybe one
Oh,
day
wait,
Hey, I'm
you'll
back
be
here.
soaring over mountains and causing
Wait,
a little
backpack!
harmless
Wait, Fable,
chaos.
the backpack
Until
is in the
then,
wall right behind you. Need to fly into the wall back here. Look,
right.
it's right there.
Oh, it's right
I see
here.
it.
I can't go through the wall.
Right,
in
look,
the wall.
walk up to it and press E right here. No, go above, climb up there. Yeah, right here. To your left. Yeah,
I can't.
Oh.
Just keep, it's a little bit below you, right over here. A little bit down there. Yeah.
Come on. No, there's nothing. There's nothing.
No, I can see it.
I can see her right there. All I want to do is see you turn into a giant woman. A giant
Fucking
woman.
fetish bait TV show.
It's not fetish bait.
Ah.
It is.
Hi, Cockles.
How about you
All I
just
wanna
enjoy
do
things for
see you
once?
turn into
I enjoy
giant
good
woman.
things, not things that are shit.
Okay, what about I'm on my way? Oh no! Rest your little
No,
legs.
it's okay. Yeah,
I'm on my
I'll rest my
way.
legs.
I'm on my way.
God, I really need to recover my hunger. It's okay. I have a plan.
Your P-Tone is dead.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna use this here, and I'm gonna put that right there.
Oh, like that. Okay,
Yeah.
I see.
Smart.
I just realized maybe I should have.
Same with Gumball? Exactly.
No,
Okay.
Gumball's goated.
Gumball is great.
Yeah.
All right, there we
I'm
go.
on my way. I'm on my way.
So with Totally Spies. Okay, but Totally Spies is also a great show.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
it's definitely also fetish bait, the whole thing.
I mean, there's definitely
women
some stuff in
the-
there.
in
You
the
can
ladies-
find drinking
that-
games online about how like
Fable,
every single time they
there's a
bring up a
shroomy
fetish
down
you
there.
have to drink.
He's shroomy
Yeah,
down
I
here.
remember the furry thing.
Oh
There's
wait,
a shroomy,
Fable,
shroomy.
suitcase,
Bacon.
and a
Where?
okay, over here. Look at me, over here. Suitcase. First of all, there's a
Right
shroom
here.
in this hole.
Shroomies.
You see, right,
Okay, but
right down here.
I can't eat that. I can't eat that. Okay,
No,
but
no,
I
you,
should.
you can. You just get poisoned. But the
Oh,
poison
I
goes
see
and
those. I
there's a
see it, but I'm
suitcase
not
down
sure if
there
I'm
as well.
gonna. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to make it up again.
You can.
But
I
you
see.
can
I see a
get
path.
shroom.
I see a path. Trust, brother. Trust.
Okay, but remember, I have
the
like very
bacon.
little stamina.
Yes. Eat
I can't
the
eat
bacon
that.
shroom. Eat
I
the
can't
bacon
eat that.
You
I
can't
can't eat that.
You
Well-
can't eat that.
shroom. Just do it anyway.
Maybe I'll just
Brother-
try to go up.
Go
No,
up, yeah,
the
go up, go
suitcase.
for
The
it.
suitcase. I can tell it's got hella loot in it.
No.
I don't want to risk being stuck down there.
Bro, what? Are you not a gambler? You're not gonna be stuck down there. You can climb right back up here from the path where that mushroom is. Look. Easy
Parkour.
path. Trust. Don't be
Parkour.
baby.
He lied to you. There's nothing there. Babel,
Yes,
there's
there
nothing
is.
in there. I looked in it.
No, you didn't. You couldn't get that close.
Alright. Oh,
There's
there's also
another suitcase
another.
down there.
Okay, I got a heat
Food.
pack. That's all that's in there.
That's
Yeah,
not food.
it wasn't worth it.
That's not
there's
food.
actually another one. Oh,
Yeah,
no.
but I'm not sure if I should go
Nah,
down
you
down
can
there.
easily
I'm
climb
not.
back up from there.
Is anything on the tree? No.
I'm
You
not.
would-
No, I can't really make it.
I
up.
can see the path.
No,
But
it's
it's
not
just
the
so-
path. It's
I'm
not
not. I'm
the
gonna
path.
try to make it for the
I
top.
am
I'm
the
gonna
good
try while I
angel
still
on
have
your
stamina.
shoulder. Ravi's the bad
Bruh.
angel.
No, I'm just saying there's food in that one. And if you get
No.
food, then we gotta go left.
Don't
Okay, that
be
works, whatever.
gluttonous. Don't be gluttonous.
Motherfucker, it ain't even me eating the food.
Yeah, but that's what the devil says. That's what
God
the devil
commission?
says.
Yeah, God,
Bruh.
we all love goth girls.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. Ravi is trying to get me killed.
No, I'm not trying to get you killed. I'm trying to get you dinner.
Oh, just a little bit, just a little bit. Oh. Ooh.
That'll do it.
She's rough, man.
Suitcase.
Oh, okay.
There's two of them.
There's two of them.
Please, okay,
Oh,
we got a
Piton,
piton.
okay.
If I can now get some fucking food, that'd be great.
No, Fable, turn around. Another suitcase right behind you. Up there.
Okay, but
Look up.
I'm gonna go to this one quickly.
Okay.
Oh, there's another
'cause
one
I'm
down.
already almost
oh.
here.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, okay, that's also good.
There's another
Yeah.
suitcase down there as well.
Nice.
All I wanna do, see you turn into
Killing me. Wait up the
giant
storm.
woman. Giant woman.
Miss an entire suitcase. It's okay, I'm going back for it.
Missed one whole suitcase. Absolutely unplayable video game.
Please have some food. Please have some food. I need you to chant. Can you?
Fud.
I'm in the case.
Yeah!
Oh,
Oh my
food.
god, even the good food. Eat, eat.
Okay, there's hope yet. There is hope yet. Let me just
That
get.
other thing. Oh, another heat pack. Right.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess I'll go down this way, or.
You can climb up right there. Look, put a piton halfway up, and you're all the way up top.
Is there more stuff up there? Can you guys see that from here?
Nope, too far.
Oh.
That would be funny.
Oh, there's a little.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna go up here.
Oh yeah, you can just go right through. A little hole.
Yeah. I'm gonna go up here.
Ooh. Spooky.
You are so immature, Ravi.
Yes.
So immature. Ooh.
Okay, and then from
there's-
here, I'm gonna try to
there's
make
apples
it.
There's,
over
there's
there.
apples there. This side.
If you turn around, the other way, over here.
I think you can make the jump.
Apple.
Maybe.
I think I
you
can
can
make
make
it if I go
Yeah,
over
go
here.
Out, go out to the tip.
Oh
Oh,
shit!
Maybe
hold
not.
up. Oh wait, I have a
Maybe
heat
use one of
pack.
your heat packs, yeah.
Oh yeah. Pop that bitch.
Oh shit! Wait, nothing's happening. Okay, you're gonna have to
No,
wait it out.
it's resisting it. It's resisting it.
Yeah.
As soon as it ends, it should. Yeah, there you go. It's gonna get
Alright.
away
That's
quickly.
good. That's good.
Okay, you guys think I can make this?
Yes,
Yeah,
I believe in
easily.
you. Run, jump. Okay. Good. Okay. Oh! Okay.
Nah.
All is good.
Yes.
You got a heat pad. You can climb on that shit. But maybe.
Wait,
okay,
you need. Wait,
Stop! What are you doing?
Rest. It's okay.
What was a ferocious
It's
dog?
okay. You're doing good.
Your
You're
cattle
doing
name's
good.
Pod. Alright.
Yay, apple.
Damn, actually, the orange winter fruit.
Shut
Or winter
the fuck
berry.
up.
Orange winter berry. There we go.
Grab another
And
one,
I
bro.
can
Where
go
the
up
fuck you
there.
going? You got space for one in your inventory. What the fuck you doing?
I didn't know if I should. Okay, there we go. Man, it's too bad I didn't get a fucking backpack.
Yes. Well, you had one. You actually got
Yeah,
the
but then I
first one.
died.
Yeah, then you fucking killed Bing Bong.
I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
Oh, you're almost there.
Yeah,
It-
buddy.
I'm making it.
You're gonna make it. I believe in you.
I'm sorry I had to leave your body behind you.
It's okay. You told me.
Hello, what about me?
You told me.
Okay, but like
to kill
I.
myself.
You died before I could even get to you. I know, sorry, anyway.
He sped his death.
Give up, Nino, give up.
He gave up. He gave up.
I'm so sorry,
I died for
Nino.
a cause. I died for a cause.
No, you didn't.
I
You
did.
died because you fell. You
I
did the
died
same
for
thing
a
I
cause.
did.
No,
Brother,
that
what?
part. No, I lived. I just-
Table, just jump over that thing. Okay.
I'm
Are
gonna
you
take
going
the
around?
long way.
But that is not even the safer way. That is... okay.
It's safe.
I said long way.
Yeah, but why?
I'm gonna take in the scenery.
You know what?
But the scenery is rock, snow, ice.
Okay,
So
and
beautiful.
don't you want to
And
take a look at your homeland?
No, this is way too tall to be
All
my
I
homeland.
wanna
Everything
do,
here is
see
flat,
you turn into
including our women.
giant
Specifically your
woman,
ass.
Giant woman.
You know that ain't true.
I know that
All
ain't
I
true.
wanna do, see you turn
Oh, it's
into
just yapping.
giant woman.
Yeah.
Apologies. I know that it's a very,
All I
very
wanna
sensitive
do,
topic for you.
see
I got a
turn
bigger
into
ass than half the women, you know.
Giant woman. All I wanna do, see you turn into a giant
Nino, please,
woman.
I'm dying.
Giant woman.
No, I need you to singing.
All I wanna
Table,
do,
don't know if you've noticed,
see
you're not moving.
giant woman. Giant woman. Know what I wanna do.
Like, is this
see
all the
turn
lyrics
into
they could fucking find for that song?
giant
Or is this just all
woman.
you remember?
That's
It was
all
all
I
she
remember.
remembers.
A giant woman. Know what I wanna do. See it turn into a giant
Please,
woman.
Frankie's
revive
away.
first.
It's a big ass. It's a
oh,
big
Table,
ass.
on your right.
Wait, actually, get the bag first. Get the bag
right,
first.
turn right.
What?
No, the respawn.
Yeah, I know.
Get back first because
You
it's
were
full
just
last
not
time.
walking in the right direction. You were on
I
autopilot.
wanted to get this backpack real quick. Oh my god.
All I
Oh,
wanna
good
do,
fucking God.
see it turn into giant woman. Giant woman. Know what I wanna
The first
do.
thing I'm doing is killing Nino.
All I wanna do.
There.
See you turn into giant woman.
You are welcome.
Thank you very
Brother,
much.
we
Kill
are only
Ravi.
here because of you.
All I wanna
I
do.
know you're only here because of me.
Thank you.
I wouldn't be dead in the first place.
All I
Oh my
wanna
god.
do. See you turn into a giant woman.
I swear to god, some people just can't say
Motherfucker.
thank you.
Who took
How
it?
dare-
Who took it?
Oh, there's only
Show
two.
me
I only ate mine.
There's only
Show
two.
me your backpack. There
There's
were
only
three.
two.
I
There's
saw,
only
I saw that there were three of them.
All
I
wanna
only
do.
took one of
See
them.
you turn into
I think.
giant woman. Giant
Nino, I'm looking
Yes,
at
they only
your screen
took
right
one
now,
of
you
them.
fucking liar. Give it to me.
No, I only had one. All I wanna do.
Filthy.
See you turn into giant woman.
Alright, time for the lava.
Lava. This one is.
There was only two? Oh, okay.
No.
Why
All
then?
I
no,
wanna do.
there's three.
See you turn into giant woman.
Ah! What the fuck?
I saw you take damage.
Why did I take damage? I was sliding.
Yeah, but there was like a.
Suitcase.
Yeah. But like,
Do we have like a rope thing?
there's also.
Nope, I only have a
space
piton.
for one.
Well, I probably don't need this heat pack anymore.
should
Let me
drink
just.
the juice.
No!
Yeet!
No!
Bye bye.
Oh.
Bye bye.
How do we climb that?
We just climb it.
Oh, like you climb anything.
But
Okay,
I
you
wanna
go
I
get
don't
egg.
need that stuff.
I wanna get egg.
Yes, you do.
We need to get the egg. All I wanna do.
You're an
is see
egg.
you turn
Well, do you
into-
want to go for the thingy or?
No, I have the worst stamina here.
You do?
I mean,
you
like,
do.
okay.
Ah.
Yeah, because I broke my
5%.
knee. Hey!
You turned that heat pack into a heat pack. That's
All
funny.
I wanna do.
What is
See
that?
you turn
What's
into
happening?
Giant
Why
woman.
shit turning red? Huh,
That means it's getting hot and it's gonna get very, very spicy.
She set on fire.
Yeah.
That's not good.
Oh, that's not
As long
good
as we're
as
not
well.
set on fire, it's fine.
Oh, okay.
This is not good.
No, this is fine.
Yeah, for
This
now.
area is actually not that hard.
Yeah, just the burning part that's tedious. All I wanna do. See you turn into giant woman. Giant woman.
Alright, watch this. Ugh!
All I wanna do. See
Whenever
you
I
turn
jump, it's like my whole body tenses as if I have to actually jump.
Ooh, egg.
Egg, yeah. You
Oh,
can
take
make-
it. It's for your hunger.
Hey!
Eat egg good, egg good. He's
Did you die? Oh no, you're fine. You're fine.
I'm fine! I'm not fine. I'm not fine! Ah!
Don't die. Are you?
Help!
I'm coming. I'm coming.
Help! Help! Help me! Help!
Oh my
Help me!
Jesus
Help!
Christ!
Help! Ah!
Okay, give me your hand. Give me your hand. Give me your hand. Okay. Okay. Well, you're on the other side now.
Up!
Over there. Go.
Where is
Okay,
he?
he's already dead.
Oh.
He's dead. He's dead.
Hey, by the
Oh
way,
my
this is
God.
easiest mode.
He doesn't need baby mode.
I can't believe
Fucking
it.
shit.
I was
Can't
trying
believe
to
it.
help you. No one can tell me I was not trying to help you.
Brother, you weren't doing anything!
I was
You
jumping
just-
over to you.
Wait, a different way.
How
was
does
that?
that help me?
I was trying to give you my hand.
I have no stamina, woman!
Oh
Egg.
my god.
Now you don't get egg. Oh, cooked. Look at it. Look how cool it
What
looks.
do you want me to do
Doesn't
then?
it look delicious?
Shut up.
You got it.
We didn't have any stamina. Oh my god.
Yeah, I didn't
where
have
do
any
we-
stamina.
where
Because
are
Oh,
I was
we
dead.
going, Fable? Hold on.
Over here.
Okay.
Yeah.
All I wanna do, see you turn into a giant
What you want, Ravi? How do you expect to? Yeah, exactly. How do you expect me to help?
Yeah.
I'm not saying you should help. I'm just saying you
You were
should
screaming
help.
help.
Yeah, of course. That's what people do when they're burning alive. What do you
All
mean?
I wanna do, see you turn
Oh my
into
god.
a giant woman. Giant. Whoa. Okay, I'll
You
wait
can
for
do
you
it,
to-
Nino.
Okay. Whee!
I can give you my hand.
I touched the fire. Thank you.
I know
Hey.
see
Egg
fire
good, egg good.
inside the mountain. Did you die?
They
Oh, no, you're
cleared
fine.
him.
You're fine.
I'm
Clipped
fine.
him again.
I'm not fine. I'm not fine.
Don't die. Are you?
Help.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
Help me. Help.
Alright, you know what, maybe we'll take like this path over here. Like on the side. Give me your hand. Give me your hand. Okay. Okay. So we'll just jump on. We'll try to make it to that chain
Thanks,
over there.
guys. Ooh. All I wanna do, see you turn into giant woman. Oh no, lava's going up. Fable is going up. Oh no.
Right, like here, or
Oh, that's-
or?
Okay, it's just below us, I think.
Okay.
Oh
okay.
no, yours is going hot.
It's okay. Pretty. Wait. Oh, it's okay.
Oh man.
It's pretty quick jumps.
Yeah. Wait, this one isn't actually that bad.
We
Yeah,
can
shut up,
make
bro.
it over here. From here we can make it to over there, maybe?
All I wanted. Oh fuck! I just slipped. I
You
slipped.
flip?
I slipped.
Nino, give me a hand,
Thank
give me a
you.
hand.
Thank
Oh.
you. See, that's how you get saved, Ravi.
Yeah, if you didn't eat my fucking marshmallow, I would have the stamina to do it
Nobody
myself.
ate your marshmallow.
We're gonna have to go back into the
Nino-
stream to check it.
Nino, I'm gonna eat your skull.
What
My
the
little
fuck? That's not
skull.
nutritious. Wait, is this
Rip
one then
off
set
your
on fire
scalp.
or?
Eat your skull.
Oh, this
no,
one's about
not
to be
yet.
set on fire, Nina. We gotta hurry.
We gotta.
I'm gonna boil your
GTFO.
life, turn you into a stew,
Oh,
and then
Nino
I'm
would
not
be a
even
very
gonna eat
delicious
you.
stew.
You're just gonna be food waste.
Oh my god.
we're gonna make
Can't waste food, dude.
waste.
Sorry, it was
full.
burnt.
Look, we're making it.
We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make
We're
it.
gonna make it.
We're
Just
gonna
the
make
two of us. We can make it if we try.
it. Just the two of us. Yay.
Alright. So this area is always pretty easy.
You're gonna get rest soon.
If you have stamina.
You know what else is easy? Your mother.
Well,
Whoa.
my mother has been nothing but kind to you. She made you soft.
See, you say that every time, and I have never denied it.
I know, but you keep being mean to my mother.
I'm not being
My-
mean to her. I just said she was easy.
Whoa.
Chad, do you hear that? Chad loves my mom.
Look how many marshmallows there are now. 3.
3.
You see
Yeah,
it? You count?
just like every other time.
No, that wasn't. Okay, I'm bringing you
Alright,
back.
get him back.
You want me to go back?
You know, I
Bend
want
this
to
man.
stay.
What are you say against your mom? Exactly.
Eat your marshmallow.
Rabbit shit.
Fuck him off.
Oh, now we gotta save up all the ropes and all that shebang.
Well,
Alright, here we got.
what do we got?
some Scout cookies and a granola bar.
Oh, we have no rope, so...
Wait, let me
put
put
that
a
in my
mech in your backpack. There you go. And hold up, I got.
Look, Ravi.
Wait, can
You
I?
can call
wait,
Fable
what?
easy, but dear
Egg.
mom,
You want
not
egg?
okay. I'm not easy.
No, I got a marshmallow.
I am very
Okay.
difficult.
I offered
You are.
it. I
See?
offered
See?
it. I
It's
offered
incredible
it.
how someone so simple can be that difficult.
What the fuck?
This is the scary part. This is the
Nah.
very scary part.
Very scary.
Yes. Hi, Bob.
Hi.
I think he's gonna die again.
Shut up.
Ah, they blending me.
Oh, I'm blinded by the lights.
Meow, 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 meow.
Oh, I can't sleep until I feel your touch. I say, ooh.
Meow, 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 meow.
Meow, 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 meow. And Ravi. Oh, he's already all the way down there.
You're gonna
It was
die.
you had to join our meowing. For you, Fable, singing. I hear a kitten in the distance. I hear a kitten in the distance. I'm gonna clean this way. I'm gonna pee on it.
It's a volcano kitten.
Oh my god. It's a Litten from Pokemon.
It's Pokemon.
But yeah, I'm not singing, guys. I mean, maybe I will. I was thinking maybe I'll hit you guys unexpectedly, just in a random stream, I'll just start singing when I feel like I have the courage, and you'll never know when it happens. So it could be that all of you are gonna miss it. My singing voice was nice. You have not heard my singing voice. I don't sing in front of people.
I've heard your singing voice.
Okay, but like once, and that was also just like a little bit, and it was on accident, so like...
Well, no, it wasn't a little bit, because I was listening for a solid 2 minutes before I unmuted myself and told you.
Okay, but I wasn't like singing like, you know, with my full heart and soul, but
You
like...
were. Well, you certainly were singing enough to leave the call and go away for about an hour before you wanted to join back because you were so embarrassed, so...
No.
How about you shut the fuck up? Ow!
Wait.
Yeah.
I'm gonna don't get my horse!
Where
Hey
we
there,
going?
where's it going?
We go here,
Alright.
look, thing over here.
Alright, we just trust Ravi so that if we die, we can blame it on him.
Yeah, well, you won't die if you trust me. We only die when we trust
For the
you.
bit I appreciate it.
I don't
Oh.
trust
God.
Ravi.
I just carried you through the snow region, and
No,
then
The only reason I had nothing to begin with is because I had to go back to you in the first place. Otherwise, I would have had all my shit the whole time, and then nothing would have happened. I would have been fine. Yep. I'm not coping. You're coping.
I was gonna say, I feel like this volcano is full of copium. People sing so pretty. Hi, Stappy, I don't sing.
CC.
Oh, up here.
He sings very prettily.
At some point, I'll just randomly hit you with it.
Oh, hello. Up here.
Well, you want to bounce?
I would love a bounce. Oh wait, I'm not. Okay, there we go.
You're short of bounds on it.
I'm bouncing on my baby girl. I like the way she thrusts.
Alright.
I love her so much. She's the only one I trust.
The fuck, man?
Yeah. You want to bounce?
Oh, it's okay. I already grabbed the thing.
Yeah. I can give you a bounce here.
But throws is so much horse shit. Listen, I have like one thing of Special Week. It's like the only legit figurine that I ever got. And I was like, oh, I wonder if there are some of the others. And I went into a rabbit hole. I'm so sorry.
Okay,
Oh,
guys,
should I say horse hole?
Thing up here, yes? Yes, thing?
Can we make that even?
I have a chain thing.
Oh, okay. Well, we can try, but... Okay, you know what?
Alright. Let's go.
Alright.
Okay.
No, wait. Oh, no.
Don't you fucking dare.
Wait.
Okay, I just want to check
How do I let go?
if I can make it. Okay.
What?
Can you pull it
Oh,
out?
Frankazoid.
No, you can't pull it out.
That's what
Don't
she
wait for
said.
this.
Then you guys are going to have
Yeah.
a new...
The only place I pull it out is near kindergarten.
No, what the
I
fuck?
really appreciate it. I love emoji stuff.
What the hell, man?
Oh, I see. We go here.
Oh, there's intense music.
Ow.
There is.
Ow, Bernie Rock. Ow, Bernie Rock,
Oh
Bernie
yeah, don't touch that.
Rock. You're
I'm
touching it right
touching
now. Why everything is Bernie Rock? It don't look like it should be Bernie, but it's Bernie.
Okay.
Okay.
Bernie's,
Gotta get up here.
Bernie's.
Shut
Bernice.
up. Fucking anime weeb ass motherfucker.
Wait,
I'm a
this one's
VTuber,
around.
what did you expect?
Wait, which way is the way?
Decency.
Oh, are you guys
I'm a
sure about
VTuber,
that?
what did you expect?
You're right, my bad.
Wait, what? Can you make it up there?
Yeah, we're fine.
Okay.
Grab my hand! Grab my hand!
Guys, I can
You
I'm
fine.
fine.
I'll give you a boost
can let down
when you're ready.
Let down a rope.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
No, come back here.
Too hot.
Yep.
Don't fall off.
Hold up, it's kind of stuck up here.
Guys, is it
Yeah, it
me
happens.
or do you see double Ravi?
Okay, wait, can you see the rope? Tell me when
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
long enough.
Yeah, but
going.
you need to actually drop it. That's not a real rope. You
Keep
gotta
going.
drop it.
I know, but tell me
That's
when
good,
it's long
that's
enough.
good.
Yeah, we see. That's perfect.
Alright, that's as long as I can go anyway.
Yep.
There you go.
Yay!
I
I think you're drunk if you see it. No, look!
But remember to spend out stuff on yourself too. Oh my god.
Wait, suitcase. There's a thingy.
Just careful, it's on a burning rock.
Food.
No, it ain't.
It's hot in here.
Are you up? Oh, there you are.
It's hot.
Okay, we can try to quickly make it like up there. Like all the way up there.
I got energy drink. I got. Oh.
All good, all's good.
Let me spell. Okay.
Alright guys, I have an idea.
Okay.
Okay.
I found a safe spot here. Oh!
Oh, you got a. Oh, you got thingy.
And then...
Quick before you get set on fire. Nina, what are you doing? And why am I doing it with you? What the fuck? Oh! Help!
Are
You're
you guys
fine.
okay?
Stay safe.
Yeah, we're fine. We're fine.
Okay, you can come this way. There's a safe rock up here. You just have to make it past the burning stuff and then you're fine.
Ah!
Yeah, well, you see, that's the problem.
Okay.
Is making it
I'm
past
on the
that.
burning place. Where is it?
Okay.
Oh.
Right above you. Right above you.
Okay. I'm burning so badly.
You're safe. I know myself, but I want to hear me happy. I am happy. I really am.
No,
I
it's
want to really,
Thank
really
you.
appreciate it.
Your burn
Alright.
is so much.
Help! Grab me! Help!
Wait,
Help!
wait, I'm coming.
What you have me up here for? I'm not near that.
You're fine.
How about a thank you?
You were 6 miles away from me.
Fine.
I was helping you up. Let the record
You
show.
were
It
so
showed that
far away.
icon. It showed that icon that I grabbed you.
Yeah, no
Let the
shit, I
record
know you
show.
got me, but you were so close to not getting me because you were so far away.
But that's why I sprinted towards you to save you.
Yeah, after my fucking
Men.
fingers were set on fire.
Fucking men.
It's not a man thing, it's a me thing.
That is true. That is actually true.
Yeah,
I
don't
shouldn't
let
get mad
everyone
at
else. Don't put everyone else in the group with me. They don't want to be here.
They're not here to defend themselves.
No, it's not fair on them. I see thing. Up thing. Yeah.
Where?
Thing up thing up there. Thing.
Oh, that was a close one.
No, it's fine.
I don't trust myself in this jump.
You got it.
You can do it, Ninu.
See, you're fine.
I'm gonna make it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Come on. Grab.
Thank you. I'm not sure if you can stand up there.
Nope. Can't stand here. Go back down.
You can stand in this little corner.
Okay, we can make another risky
Oh,
attempt
wait.
over there by the burning rock.
Fable, over here.
Look
this
where
side.
I am.
Yeah, when Nina is.
Wait, I'm gonna watch you first just to make absolutely sure I know where to go. Fair enough. Space for several people to stand.
Yeah, we're fine. Lots of space.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm coming.
You grab her. I'm gonna climb up here so there's enough space.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Pull each
Thank
other
you.
on. Up here.
Okay.
Right here.
Okay.
No raccoon Scouty, look at you.
Yeah.
I haven't finished the island on my own yet,
Come on. There you go.
but
Why you throw
should
no
try that at
alert?
some point.
I didn't know it broke it.
From when I thought you were like flipping upside down.
Oh.
No, what in there?
Thing.
Good thing?
I eat things.
Oh,
I eat
okay.
more thing. I eat a lot of things because I want to eat things.
Oh, I also have scout cookies in my backpack in case one of you guys needs it.
I have 2 energy drinks.
Wait,
I
do you
dropped
think,
one.
do you think we can make
Okay,
it?
just remember the energy drinks give you sleepiness later on.
Yeah, that's why I don't want them. They stinky.
You killed my
My
sheep,
Mom. Yay.
my favorite sheep.
I see more loot up there.
Are you guys on your way to me or where are you guys
Where are
No,
you?
we're above you.
Wait,
Up
okay, wait,
here.
hold on, let me go back. I'm not
At
sure
least
you-
like in the social hierarchy, we are above you.
I'm coming back
Not
for you.
sure.
I don't know about the game
Over
mode.
here. This way.
Don't ignore that comment.
Do you see my...
That's okay. That's
Wait.
best
for something like you to do.
Yeah, we go here, and then climb here.
Okay.
I found loot again.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
You saved my life.
Yeah, you saved my life too.
Aww.
Guys, I found a bunch of stuff. Come up here.
We're coming.
Okay.
Oh Lord, we're coming. Oh, the heavens, I am
man.
arriving.
Oh
Good
man.
God. Hello.
Was there a spot here?
Yeah.
No,
you
it's
can
like
go,
grab
you
my
can
hand, grab
go.
my hand.
It's okay,
No,
you
you're
can
fine.
stand here, it's fine, it's
Land on
fine.
table.
You can stand here where I am. I'm just trust me.
Yeah.
You're fine.
Just like go, stand. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Of course.
Come on. There you go. Nick.
I think it
Alright, here,
needs-
bunch of stuff.
Oh, I just drank the energy drink.
Put this in your backpack. There's no space in your backpack.
Wait.
Fuck this energy drink.
Wait.
I'm feeding it to you, yoink.
Thank you.
I got first aid kit.
Oh, hell yeah.
Simpsons favorite horse girl. Thank you for noticing. I was gonna stream Uma Musume today, and then I didn't because we're playing Pete. I'm stuck behind the suitcase. That is. There we go. So I was dressing up for the occasion.
Oh, guys, I see the top.
You're on the top already.
She's an ass? What is that? Wait, what does that mean I'm an ass?
A donkey?
Horse. You know, or donkey. Same thing. Equine. Same thing.
Donkey? I'm not a donkey. I'm a horse.
I
Fuck
don't
you.
know. You do got horse
He's a
teeth.
horse, guys.
What?
He's a
I do have horse teeth. See, you know that I am that I feel bad about myself, and you say these things. Why do you do this?
Are we supposed to go over there?
Um.
I don't. Oh wait, no, wait. Look at this. Look right here. Look right here.
Yeah.
The steps. We can climb up right here, and I have a plan.
Okay.
Rope. Look.
Okay.
Fiction.
Oh, we're almost at the top too.
Yeah. There you go.
Feel bad.
so full.
People want me to feel bad today. What the fuck, man?
It's because you were mean to me. Yeah.
Ow.
Thank you, Ninu.
You're welcome. You're welcome. We're gonna make it to the top.
I climb.
Where did you climb to? Oh,
I don't know. I just climb up. I decided, fuck it. I'm just climbing.
Damn, he decided to leave us behind.
Yeah, you can make it up here.
you can? Oh, it's hot.
It's easy enough.
Okay, can you give a hand?
Yes.
Oh, man.
Long live the king.
Oh, no! No!
I got you. I got you. I got you. Uh-oh.
I'm safe! But just
You're fine.
not!
Wait.
I'm not safe.
I can drop a
You're
roll.
recorded! You're gonna be safe! You're safe!
I'm dropping. Wait. I'm dropping rope.
Okay,
Is this good?
Yeah.
yeah.
How do I?
Look at the ground. And I'm about to fall. I'm about to fall. No.
No way you did that!
I threw it.
Okay, I have a piton here. It's okay. I have a piton
Okay,
here.
I put a rope in the.
Oh my god.
I clicked the wrong button and threw the rope at
Minu's head instead of putting it down.
I can't believe you actually did that.
Swear to fucking god.
Are you injured, Fable?
No, it's fine. I don't have anything. I'm just a little hungry. But that's okay.
There's
I'm
food
gonna
in
make
your
it to the
backpack.
top. I know. I don't think we're gonna
You
need it.
should eat it.
I mean, we're right here at the top. I'm not sure if we.
We're gonna make it to the top. Actual top.
Where
Are we here?
Oh, I see thing.
Oh my god.
I'm annoying.
You made it. Oh my god, it's right
I
there.
made it.
Come.
Ravi,
Yes.
Wait.
are you okay?
Oh, he's
right.
here.
What do
He's
you mean?
there.
I'm in
He's
front of
wait.
you.
He's gone. He's
I'm
like
over here.
Oh, okay, I thought he was
He's
down
gone
there,
to
sorry.
the light. To the light.
I
To the-
see it.
Oh my god, he's beautiful.
Okay, just don't
The
use
flowers.
the thing before we're there, because we're gonna have to grab a rope, like, in time, I
I'm gonna
think.
click all the buttons.
Look at the ground, I'm about to fall, I'm about to fall! No!
No way. No.
Button time, button time.
Don't do it.
I'm clicking
Don't
the
do
button.
it. Don't
I'm
do it.
clicking the button.
Don't. No.
What
No.
is this? There's a bunch of flares. What do I do
Yeah.
with them?
Put them on. Spray them on.
I'm lighting one.
Light all of them.
Okay.
Dang, my stamina. Yay! Why are they all
There's a helicopter. I hear a
Okay, just
helicopter.
made it in time.
Wait, is
okay.
mine purple too?
I don't know.
Oh, wait,
there's a
rope.
I can't see shit, bro.
Oh, there's rope over here, there's the rope, there's the rope.
I climb.
Did we make it?
Do I have it?
Yay.
Did I grab it? I'm not sure if I grabbed it.
Me!
Yeah, you did. I see you.
Okay, yeah, we made it, we all made it.
Hell yeah!
Yeah.
Look at
Oh
us.
my god.
We made it!
We made it.
We
Oh,
made
hi,
it.
Green Ninja, how you doing? Hello, thank you so much for
We
the raid,
made
I
it.
appreciate it. How are you doing? How is
I
your
got a hat.
stream?
I got a hat.
I got anime eyes!
I got chef
Okay.
hat. Oh, what is this? Oh,
Yeah, I'm gonna give you a shout out in a second. Let me just,
oh, 3 new badges. 3 whole new badges. Yippee!
There we go.
Jesus
think
Christ.
they
Where would you
appreciate
guys be without me?
Oh my gosh. Did you see how many times you died on that screen?
Did you see how many times it was your fault?
Hey, that was easy mode, by the way.
One time when I was like down there, but like aside
Yeah.
from that,
Statistically, 1 is a bigger number than whatever amount of times I died.
Oh my goodness
my-
me.
God. Thank you for the shout out. Of course, of
You
course.
new
How are
hat.
you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. I hope
chef.
you had a fun stream.
Oh,
Look at me. I got sparkly anime eyes.
sparkling
I'm cute
anime
now.
eyes.
Look at me, Nino.
Oh my god, that's so cute! I
Right.
like it. I like it.
Thank you.
It's so pretty. It's so pretty.
I'm so baller, dude.
You got sandals. You got
I'm a
sandals.
tourist. I'm a tourist. Hell yeah.
This doesn't match.
I got chef.
Oh, you look so beautiful.
Oh my
Nino's
god,
cooking.
you look so pretty.
So
I'm
thank
cooking,
you.
guys.
You really do look like a tourist. Oh. All that's missing now is a little bit of like
Look
sunscreen
how
on your
you
nose.
have 5.
Yeah.
You have 5 badges in total.
Yeah, look, you can
I
look at
have-
yourself in the mirror.
I have 4 fingers.
Look at your badges.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm just
That's
cool
all.
like
Thank you
that.
so much for the
I'm
bits.
just
I really
cool
appreciate
like
it,
that.
even if they give me brain damage.
Wait, why is mine
yeah.
green still? Is my sash green?
Yeah?
Oh.
Yeah, but mine too. I'm not sure
Oh,
how
yours
you.
green too.
Look at how cool I am. I'm so sick, dude.
You are
Nuh-uh.
a Sigma.
I'm sexual.
Yeah.
Look, look, I'm mewing.
Nuh-uh.
Oh my god, you are mewing.
Nuh-uh.
Ow, what the fuck?
Nuh-uh.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you so much, Dad. Oh, thank
Nuh-uh.
you.
Me mewing on them hoes. Oh.
Oh,
Nuh-uh.
I'm being abused. I'm being
Abused?
abused. I'm being
Abused?
abused, Nino. I'm being
Abused?
abused.
Who's it? Who's abusing?
Dad is abusing me.
That's why you abuse?
Why?
Abuse is crime. That's a crime. You know what
Abuse is
happens?
crime?
This what happens.
Oh no.
Yeah.
My head's in the escalator.
Oh no!
We played Hearts of Iron 4. We took over
put
half
your head on
of
that
Europe
plate.
as Germany. Hey, that's what I like to hear.
Hey,
That's a
stand back,
German,
stand back.
I think that's
Hey.
But if I come closer, oh. I'm gonna jump on
He dead. He dodged. Look where I
you.
am.
I've never played that game.
Where I am.
Let me
Wait,
I climb.
I wanna climb on this.
I climb sign.
I climb it first.
No.
I climbed it first. Let the record show!
I am right here. Hey, don't push me! Don't push me!
You laughed for a moment, there sounded like a seagull to you. I got you, baby girl. Oh my god.
Look at you down there, loser. Oh,
I can see up your skirt.
Hey, you can't do that.
you see
Yeah.
my big sling slong?
I see a
Can I-
nice big future in prostitution for you.
Oh my god.
The fuck?
That's right.
Oh, my-
I spit on you.
What the hell?
oh man. I think you look like a lovely lady.
You a lovely, beautiful anime girl.
Aww. You're as
Yes.
beautiful as a blossom in
Guys,
spring.
what do you think about me? Jeez.
You're
Forest.
pretty-eyed.
Forest. Forest.
Oh no, the tourist passed
The
away.
tourist fell.
I'm gonna jump on his
Hold
balls.
on, Bells. You don't say that. You gotta pay them before you spit on them. What the fuck?
True though.
Nah, bro.
Can you read this? Can you read
Can you
this?
recycle me?
Morse code or what?
Yeah, read
Yeah, that's what we're also wishing.
That
I wonder
says
what's gonna be over
that's
here. They're
Toronto.
definitely
it.
The
It's
bottom one's
they're
Toronto.
gonna have something over here.
That's
it's just
Tokyo.
gonna be
Oh, it
closed
switched.
off permanently.
what is that?
That just says Sweden. The whole country of Sweden.
We don't.
Sweden?
Oh, right, because the game developers are Swedish. Right.
Are
Of course
they?
they are.
Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow,
Have you
meow.
seen- have you
Oh,
seen
and see another great thing from Sweden.
Brother, it's the same developer.
Oh, have you seen the logo? Have you seen the logo on the plane? Look, it's Bing
Yeah,
Bong.
Bing Bong. Bing
Yes,
Bong.
Bing Bong.
Bing Bong Airways.
Bing bong.
Bing Bong. Bing Bong is the one that's actually piloting the plane.
That explains a lot.
Yeah.
We
Did
crash
you guys
every
want to go
time.
again, or is it your bedtime?
I need dinner.
You need
Oh,
dinner
with
like
the
a
baby
baby.
needs dinner.
He needs
No,
a
I
baby.
need- I need
He's
dinner.
a
Like a
baby.
tiny baby.
Tiny baby.
I'm
tiny-
going to go drink apple juice and eat spaghetti like a grown man.
That sounds good though.
Yeah. And I'll enjoy it.
Yeah, I mean you better.
The egg on the mountain. He didn't.
Well, you should
he
get
didn't
some
taste
Capri
the egg
Sun.
on the mountain.
How am I gonna get Capri Sun? It is 1 a.m.
Do you not have
Capri
emergency
Sun.
Capri Sun?
No.
Yeah, wait. I can piss
every
and then
day
it'll
it's
be
an-
Capri Sun.
I don't want your piss.
It's Capri Sun.
No, it
It's
ain't.
Capri Sun.
No, trust her, trust her.
Capri
Nuh-uh.
Sun. Capri Sun. Capri
Capri
Sun.
Sun.
Capri cum.
Sun.
Capybara.
Oh yeah.
Cappy wappy
Next time we gotta take like the thingy trumpet to the capybara.
Oh yeah, the boogle.
The
The
trumpet.
boogle.
Yeah, and Bing Bong. Bing Bong, he's gotta make it to the top. He's got to make it
Yeah.
to the top. What about you, Fable?
I
What are you
climb.
feeling
I'm
like?
leaving. I'm leaving. I
think I'm just gonna switch to like
help.
a little bit of Uma
Help.
Musume. What the fuck are you
Help me.
doing?
Help!
What? Wait, what the fuck are you doing?
Help.
Like, actually. What? Oh, Jesus Christ! What the fuck was that?
Hold up. I got this. Wait here. Hold up.
Do I have to
I
do
got
too?
this.
I'll be lurking. Thank you so much for lurking. I really appreciate it. And thank you so much for the raid again. I hope you have great dinner. Get those nutrients. You
Go
deserve
get
them.
your
You need
I
them.
got this.
Go, do it.
Alright.
Oh!
Wait, I want to try that too.
Ow.
Wait, you want to see something cool? Come here.
Ah, of course.
Go in the elevator.
Okay, I go in the elevator.
No way, this for you.
What the fuck is going on over there?
Jump and grab the wall.
I'm gonna try. Help!
I don't know. I don't know about that one. Oh, yeah, I got it. Wait, I got this.
Oh!
We're bowling. Alright, I'm going crab mode. Crab
Do it.
mode. I'm going crab mode, bro. I'm going crab mode.
What the hell?
I'm going crab
You
mode,
look
bro.
very
I'm going crab.
special. He fell on his head.
Hey,
He fell on me.
Oh no.
I don't like the level. How's it
He's got the
going?
lurgies. You got the
Yeah, what I wanted to
lurgies.
say was, I'm gonna play like a little bit of Uma Musume because I wanted to just do that. I wanted to see how it is like to stream that, and then I'm probably gonna stop. So just gonna do a small stream.
Small stream. But thank you
Small
for playing.
stream.
I had fun.
Of course, it was so much
Did you have
fun.
fun, Ravi?
Yeah.
Do you like this game now? Do you get the...
Oh, he died.
He dead.
What he dead?
Yes, I like it.
Oh, you know what Fable did with the Bing Bong the other day?
Did she do bing bong?
Yeah.
I can explain.
Empty your pussy right now.
What? What the?
Where is bing bong?
I'll never. I'll never tell.
You said she did bing bong. Where is bing bong?
She did Bing Bong.
Where is Bing Bong indeed?
Oh my god.
Huh.
It's the
Where
alcohol
is
ride.
Bing Bong?
Wait, what? Bing Bong is exploring a cave. What?
Oh my god.
It's the
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's the Hottie Potty Cave.
Oh, this is the This is the
Oh, damn.
suitcase with the
A lot
frog
of people
sticker.
have died in there. Gotcha, wonder.
Yeah, I guess we just added one more.
Okay, well, thank you for playing. You
Okay,
have
I
fun
go
Are
make
you-
dinner
with your
now. I go
dear
make dinner
game.
now.
What
I
are
mean,
you
horse
gonna play
game.
now?
Bye bye.
Thank you.
Bye bye. Bye, Ravi. He's gone now. He's gone now.
He's gone.
He's not gonna know.
Now we can talk about
He's a
finances.
Have you paid your taxes? Have you avoided the
No.
taxes?
Oh yes, I have masterfully.
Yeah, nice.
It's called having no income.
Okay, I'm gonna put all my bets on you. Okay, so make sure you win the races.
Oh, I will do that. I'll try my very best.
Yeah. Okay, guys, make sure you check out Fable. Okay, and make sure you spend your money. Make sure you spend your money on betting on the horses. Yes.
Yeah. Be sure to be gambling addicts, guys.
Yes. Good to gamble.
Gee, alright. Bye, Nino.
Bye, Fable. Bye.
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 Bye forever. Bye, Amazon Prime.
Bye forever. Gamble. Okay. Let me. Oh wait, I could just
Hey,
turn
what
her up
the
here.
fuck?
What?
I feel like I've been
I hear you,
betrayed my
Fable.
entire life.
Wait, what? Betrayed with what?
And basically, Fable's income, honestly, yeah. I can hear your text from.
Oh my god. I hear you, Fable. No, she left. I hear you. I heard you. Okay, now, let me check. Is, Nova still streaming, by the way? Nova, oh, wait. She said she had to do something, right? She had to do something. Oh, Nova's offline. Okay, okay. Okay. I need to go wee-wee. I need to go wee-wee. Oh. Oh, what? God damn. I gotta go wee-wee. She's packing? She's packing! Was she packing? Was she packing? Was she packing? You gone? Okay, I need to go wee-wee. I need to go wee-wee. I gotta go wee-wee. Oh, okay. And then I don't know what I'll do. I don't know what I'll do. Nom. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. They're doing God's work, Staffy. Maybe get to work game. What the game called work? Because I do have get to work. Really? You want me to play get
This
to work?
story is a metaphor for climbing the...
Okay, alright. Let me install it. Let me install it. And I go wee? Nah, just play with Staffy. Staffy? Are you playing anything in particular? You fancying Marble Rival? You make sure to bring your microphone with you. You guys just want to hear me wee. Okay, fine. You'll hear me go to the toilet. Alright, you ready? Wow. Wow, bruh. Wow. Wow. Unbelievable. Wait, hurry me up? Hurry me up for what? Nina's gonna... Wait. Nina's gonna rage play and get to work. Do I need a timer? Do I need a timer? Hurry up the pee! I wee. Ah wee wee wee. Wee wee wee. Yeah, it doesn't make me pee faster. What the fuck is it? What? Wait, what? That's not the gameplay, is it? And she goes everywhere. And let me see. Let me see. We can play. We can play Overwatch. We can play Mobile Rival. We can play Played Up. We can gamble. Wait, I can actually wait. How do I search? Wait, with find tab. Oh, here we go. I never whatever. I just need to go AFK for like half hour at some point to go walk the dog. Oh, okay. What are we feeling like? What do we feel? Gamba? I just made up the gamble. I don't know what gambling game there is that's multiplayer. The go time is when Ninu can download Get to Work. Oh, I've already got Get to Work. I've already got it downloaded. We'll do that when on later. Okay, I'll just do a poll. I'll do a poll. Game. What else is there? Okay, Overwatch or Overwatch or Marvel. You can only see the multiplayer against Nina Hansel of Forest. Oh, I don't have the Forest downloaded. I have Halo downloaded. It depends like how big they are. Oh, I'm so high. Oh, is that? Make sure you vote in the poll, guys. Otherwise, it doesn't count. Otherwise, it doesn't count. Oh, guys. Yeah. Oh, wait, it's not this one. It's this one. This is the one. Hold on. My bad. A giant woman. A giant woman. Da, da. It looks like Marvel is winning. Time to see some Squirrel Girl. Okay. Is Marvel okay? Is Marvel okay? A giant woman. See you turn into a giant woman. That's what I did. Turn into a giant woman. A giant woman. I totally looped it. Giant woman. Welcome to my head, guys. Welcome to my head. A giant woman. Giant woman. Giant woman. The woman. Forever in a day. Yeah, bye bye. Giant woman. Giant woman. I want to see you turn into a giant woman. Yay. Giant woman. A giant woman. Giant woman. Giant woman. A giant woman. Giant woman. Okay, I will stop this. I gotta stop it. I'll stop it for your sake. I'm only stopping it for your sake, guys. You woman. Forever. There's an earworm. Thank you. What do you mean, thank you? Giant woman. All I wanna do, see you turn into giant woman. Giant woman. Wait, have you seen my other emote? I got another emote. I have this shaky. Yeah. You like it? Yeah. Oh wait. You okay for me to call you? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Hello. Hello.
Hello?
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. How you doing?
Hello.
Hello.
I am doing.
Yeah, doing.
I'm doing. I'll be doing better later.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, we can't, we do a quick match. Is that okay? Wait.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't know at what point I'll have to go walk the dog.
Yeah, you just let me know.
So I'm down to play until then. But I might have to dip mid-match at some point.
Oh, okay. Whoa! No! We're gonna chill and vibe today, guys.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Yoink!
Oh! Wait, I thought you were gonna be Storm.
Well, it's there's already so much damage. Oh, never mind. Someone else wants to heal.
Yeah. Yeah. Bum. Down.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
My little legs can't get up here.
You are not the Psylocke I knew.
Oh, look at you.
Look at this. Look at this fella. Wow.
Can't believe the Doctor Strange did that.
The battle starts in 5.
Hope you know,
4,
Jenim.
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
My hell is not a burning pit. It's a realm of trials. Enemies.
Well, they have a storm. That's crazy.
Oh!
I was worried.
There's Spider-Man!
I feel like storms are a rare one to see.
You're killing them all.
A nice deep
I've been knocked out of the sky.
No! This Spider-Man. Oh! Oh! No! Who did it? Who did it?
Play God, little mutant.
Oh, oh.
Thanks so much. See them? Right there.
Perhaps I should.
Strong together. I'm hurt.
You know your spells, mage.
Yay! I'm here.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Rarefied precinct Spider Zero. Show the way.
Yay!
Patoni.
Yeah! You're fine.
A feast for my crows.
Oh, it's ready.
Oh! Alright, okay. Oh.
I got outstormed.
Hey, hi!
Feel the wrath.
I have failed. I have failed.
Watch hit the grand finale.
I am barely harmed.
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
Ride the wind. Hurricane incoming.
Yay!
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Who had?
I always wanted to play Budokan, but instead
You didn't know
I
you
went for
could.
Spider Zero there.
I am barely harmed. Anything is good.
Fantastic! Whoa!
Oh, fuck off, dude. Stop bouncing.
Be strong together. I was worried.
Live! Everyone live! Oh, Spider-Man behind you.
I haven't seen him all fucking game, honestly.
Oh. He just touched you right there.
I saw that, but like that's the first time I saw him.
Healing. Why would I need healing?
He's touching you. He's touching you. Don't let him.
I'm trying. Got the lurgies.
Not fast enough.
Got the lurgies.
I haven't heard that word in so long.
Oh, he killed me. He's got allergies. He got allergies. He's got allergies.
Got him.
Thank you.
Disappear! It's the grand finale. I am ready to put on a show. Feast for my crows. Thanks so much.
No.
Behind you.
No.
I'm hurt.
That looks like we're steamrolling up here.
Feel the wrath of the
Vehicle reached the
goddess!
checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Oh, yeah, it's made it. We got it.
Enemy has arrived.
Fuck you.
That's better. I'm barely hot. Who'd you come with? Sorry, no time to stop and buy new holocausts. We got you moving.
Baby.
Baby.
See, I'm ready whenever you are.
Hurricane incoming!
Well, let's go. Nazuka just having any.
Yeah!
You're amazing. I wish I could do it.
Oh, we just killed them all and nobody's pushing the fucking thing.
Oh.
That's it! Don't let anything stand in your way.
In here.
A nice deep freeze. So close! This is your big chance! I was worried.
Oh, no! No! Live! Live!
I'm coming to you.
Yay!
Amazing. Carry us to do what you do.
Yeah! We did it!
No, that was a steamroll.
Yum, yum, yum. Oh. Oh, dang.
3 of us got triple kills there.
Hell yeah. Look at you. Ooh, puppy. Ooh.
You popping off.
You puppy. Ooh. My name's Jeff. My name's Jeff. Oh, I forgot. I'm wearing the pants.
You're wearing the pants? Oh my god,
Yeah,
can you wear a
means
skirt?
Yeah. I don't wear pants. I just wear dresses and oversized
I'm not judging.
hoodies or t-shirts.
That's adorable.
But they're very comfortable.
Yeah, well, hell yeah. I just wear like pajama pants.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
Because I'm lazy and I don't go anywhere.
No, they're not Jeff, because I'm Jeff. Why do you guys want to look at me naked?
30
You guys
seconds
are
before
so
your
Why
turn.
wouldn't they?
Get ready.
So lewd. Here you go,
Does
look at my
anyone
legs.
wish to find
my
out if
legs.
they're worthy? Come on, it'd be
Knees.
fun.
There's plenty of people
Little
lifted it already. There's
Oh my
Pat,
god.
Jane Foster, that alien horse guy.
Oh, rainbow.
Wait, the dude's name is the True Breeder.
The battle starts in 5,
Oh.
4, 3, 2,
Oh no.
1.
Oh, time to get bread.
To the mission area. Got it?
Bread.
When all seems lost,
No,
listen for the
no,
sound of thunder.
I don't look like that. What do you mean? I don't look like. like that.
Hey, thanks. Nice.
A tiny boost.
No!
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
There's a fucking Spider-Man again.
I still want you.
No! No!
Enemy assistance.
Capture the mission area.
Fucking Spider-Man is the Genji of this game, dude.
He's just annoying.
Like, everybody wants to play it, but most of them suck, but when you play against the good one, it's annoying as fuck.
Yeah.
Be wary until we destroy this box.
He's over! He's low! Oh, he's so low. Yeah! Left! 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 Oh, that, he's so low. He's dead.
Put some pep in my step. There's enough.
I'm scared that the thing is the guy called the True Breeder.
It is.
That's a horrifying image.
He's the true breeder. Is it just skin?
Asgard's might.
That's better.
Oh, it snuck in.
Oh no.
Render me assistance.
Oh
Just like my
I
no.
died.
Oh, I died.
feeling better already.
I need all tools.
Matt, we both got ult, so
Yeah. They
we can have that point back in 2 seconds.
You get away.
Hurricane incoming!
Let's go!
Yeah. Yeah. The true breeder. Get in here, true breeder.
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Like I said, we can have it back in a second.
He won! He won! He won! Yeah!
I'm taken care of.
Hey!
Get in there.
The area's almost yours.
Yeah!
An arc. Step carefully. Bring on the chaos.
The moon haunts you.
Let's keep fighting until we have a winner.
Get fucked, Spider-Man.
Good night to them. Guys, you should watch Mobland. It's good. That's the song intro that they use. If you like crime, oh ass. Wait, you guys don't see it. Here. This is what I saw. It's not my
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
Oh,
30 seconds before you
another
attack.
ass.
Get ready.
2 asses. Hell yeah. Oh, thank you.
Oh, spare me your heroic
Thanks,
platitudes,
ass.
brother.
Enjoy it.
Oh my god, look at that, guys.
A difficult
whole-
bargain.
Yeah, great showing. Great showing.
Perhaps I can finally return to
Great showing.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
Respectfully. We looked
one.
respectfully.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I look well drooling. I don't know about
have
you.
to be humble to be a hero. I'm not.
Merry Christmas.
Our adversaries gather.
Oh no, they're gonna throw him. No!
I got thrown. Ah!
You live. You live. Ah! Live! Everyone!
Mission area is yours to capture now.
Oh.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Oh no! No!
Man, he's been saving that out since the last one.
Since last. Oh. He killed me. Great showing on the last game, Goober. Ow. Oh, I thought you were talking about something else.
Capture the mission area.
I thought you were talking about ass.
Yeah, I thought because I was displaying the ass.
Are you ready, Nino?
Yes.
Hurricane
Disappear! Oh my god! Yay! Nom 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 nom. Get in! Oh, I ate them. Oh wait!
Control seized.
I know.
Better than Aunt May's chicken soup. Spider
How
sling.
kitty? How kitty?
There they go!
That's how we do it.
Why you don't laugh at me?
Oh my god, why is he doing that?
Bless the healing arts.
No.
You get a web! You get a web! And you get a web!
No.
Yeah, he's out of here though.
This is real firepower! Asgard's might!
I'm sure those are bad guys.
Ow.
Control lost.
Armed and dangerous! I am...
Watch me soar.
Oh, I'm fine, don't mind me. My thanks, hero.
Their team's capture progress
He's
has passed
flying.
the waypoint. Control seized. You've captured more than half of the mission area.
Oh,
Keep
devil
going.
handle.
Someone scratch my
Thanks,
Wrong game,
Raptor.
Nino. You got it.
Too loud.
I can do it.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Oh no.
Energy is good healing.
Oh.
Heal me.
Bring
Heal
on
me.
the chaos.
Watch me soar. Yours.
I've got my ult ready whenever. Oh no!
No.
Don't worry, I will use mine too.
Oh. This is the last round I can do, and then I gotta go.
Okay.
This is real firepower!
Attacking from behind.
Render me assistance. I still need you.
Disappear. They've almost got
How much healing?
You failed!
Armed and dangerous!
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
I did.
We need to win this one so I can leave.
But what if they're trying to keep you?
No thought. Stay alive. Well, I'm gonna go take the dog to walk my
Okay.
girlfriend home. So
Okay. Okay.
I gotta
see you
go.
later.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Don't worry.
I'll see you in
I
like
will make
half an
you
hour to an
win.
hour.
Okay.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Bye bye.
You're mine.
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Did we not all
Oh, Staffy had MVP. Don't worry, I'm gonna carry her MVP. I will do her proud.
What if we did?
Now it is happening.
Though most unlike
I
how
will
either
do her
of us
proud.
pictured.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I saw you. Wait, no! Oh no.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Oh no. Oh no. Yeah.
How's that for
See,
a
I have it now. I have it. I will do it for I'll do it for you. I'll do it for you. There, I see that. I see that. I see that.
Put some pep in my step.
Our adversaries gathered.
Uh-oh. Oh.
Amazing Spider-Man!
Oh. Ah! You killed me! Okay, I have to change to a different support.
I got what you need. Let's pop back up under their noses.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Ouchies, yeah, big ouchies.
Asgard's might!
No, you did.
Our mission target is here. Watch me soar!
Watch out, they're headed our way.
You're not going anywhere. Oh, I touch it. Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Lights out.
My time to shine.
Hold on.
They've almost got it. Help. So cold. Suffering. Everybody use
This is firepower!
my time to shine. They're here.
Rest well, my dear boy.
Oh man. Alright, days. Days. Oh no, no.
Double KO. I'm back to shed
No.
some light.
Lights out.
Oh, you're gonna do it. Come on, brother. How long did I what? His portal thing is. Okay, I'm gonna win. Wait, I still have MVP, so I technically I won. Okay. What? They replaced Fireboy? They replaced Fireboy? They replaced Fireboy? Okay, guys. Let's go. Let's go rank up. Oh, wait, hold up a second. Because Americans are easy. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, guys, do you have that clip of Ravi falling? Won or dominated? I'ma dominate them. Thank you. It's so good. It's so good. Oh man, guys, there's so many clips that I need to turn into shorts.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Oh man, oh, they left already. No,
Eat nuts and kick
don't you dare.
butts. Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Bro. Oh, that's also another one. Wait, which one is this one?
How do I...
Look at the ground and I'm about to fall! I'm about to fall! No!
No way! He hit you with the rope. Yeah. Okay, let's get back to them. Unbelievable.
You'll need a top-notch team
Oh,
to
Nova.
win this one.
Is it safe?
Oh my god, Nova made it!
Nova
Oh my god,
made it! Nova!
Nova, you gotta help us!
We might have to grab Nova!
It's also
Are you kidding me?
Don't fall down, Nova!
God of mischief and the king of Asgard.
Wait, if I go,
Who are you calling a
Rocket,
raccoon?
maybe they'll go pay me. Hey,
Nah, I just literally mean
who felt better? Are you kidding?
Unless this guy comes back soon.
You can count on me. I got a
Oh,
plan.
that is good.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready. Hey, cool.
What's not to love?
I'm a big fan of your cute little bushy tail.
Don't make it weird.
Oh, yeah.
This is a nice spot.
What are you doing?
Battle starts in
Graffiti.
5,
Oh, he changed his
4,
color.
3, 2, 1.
He changed his color.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
He's not
Got
coming
it?
back.
I'll take a cosmic flash of fighting them. Some uninvited guests.
I'm gonna get mad if all of a sudden.
This is a nice spot.
I appreciate you.
Someone scratch my back. You're welcome.
Feeling fantastic.
Put some pep in my step.
When is that? Don't come back, please.
patch you up.
Don't you dare come back. Don't you dare come back.
Okay, all eyes on this spot, super pals.
I'll patch you up.
I appreciate you.
You can't even kill us. Thank God. Thank God. Thank God. Going. Oh, that's so good. I honestly don't know, cause like, Ravi slipped, right? There's no way. She made it to the top. She made it safely.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I want to be Swallow.
Eat nuts and kick butts.
Oh my god, this is the person that played Schoolgirl last game.
Who am I
Not
gonna
letting
banish from this match?
I am not letting them. Okay, We need to team up. Squirrel Girl is getting... Oh, wait. Who's she getting it with? Oh.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I insta-locked, guys. I insta-locked. Oh. Ugh. Ugh. I see you, Ugh. I see you, Ugh. I see you, Ugh. I don't know if Ugh is here.
Round 1. I do still kind of have a crush on Wolverine. They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
I was thinking, all spider people are connected
Wait,
to
what?
a spider totem.
Hi,
Yeah.
Ugh. Oh my god,
So I
hi.
wonder if they're like
Ugh, when are you gonna finish your Lego stream? When are you gonna stream it?
What's a raccoon?
I saw you play
The battle
Dead
starts in
Cell, which is a
5,
good game.
4, 3, 2, 1. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Oh, fuck off.
Now that's a snap. Please, we're hurt. Something doesn't feel right here.
What? I missed. I hate him. I hate him. Oh, oh yeah, I forgot.
Coming at ya.
Yeah.
Or a death. You can return the video. Oh, now that's a snap.
Jeez.
I'm a problem your gun can't solve, Frank.
Frank.
That's 3. Got him, Tippy.
Frank.
Oh, now that's a snack. You stop them in their tracks.
Frank.
Get ready. Here come the bad guys.
I'll patch you up.
He's low. Oh, okay.
Now that's a snack.
I bet they went Squirrel. Fucking do it.
Us against the world.
I appreciate you.
Don't mess with the
Oh
amazing.
my god, fuck, I'm dead to this. Wait, Nino Lego stream when? Actual Legos?
I'm not done with this fight yet.
Guys, I've tried so hard. I've been trying so hard to not say a giant woman. You think I can focus? Do you think I can? I don't think I can. I'm not sure I can do that. Oh shit.
Time to go nuts. There's still a chance to stop them.
Okay.
Better stop that vehicle.
Oh. Oh. Stupid. Gosh, fucking hate. I just hate. God. Wait, where's our Spider-Man? Oh, okay, Mimi's doing work.
Come again.
Never mind, I can't complain. Hey, I won't complain. Well, be in real hand stream probably. Oh, I should probably do that one day.
I wonder if Ratatoskers up here.
And then prove you guys that.
Please, we're hurt.
Us against the world.
Oh, now that's a snap. Hey, check out this big acorn.
Okay.
We made it halfway.
Oh,
Stop them.
I think the only way I can actually deal with it is go in.
Team player. Get in here, y'all.
Oh, wait, we can get going in.
There's still a chance to stop them. You are under respect.
Oh!
Fear Magneto.
Fuck.
I want to make this goodbye for now.
No more band.
I'm just dying.
Chaos control. What a pair
Hey,
we made.
team! Enjoy the amplifier!
He needs help.
Those guys are about to shoot at us.
How dare you waste my time?
I'll patch you up.
Double KO. Needs a
Okay.
hand sometimes. Or a death.
Goodbye for now.
Where the fuck did he go?
Become vulnerable.
He's stuck.
Bro, I swear to God. Fucking it!
Your tail ends here.
Okay. See.
Now, a disappearing act.
Okay. Well, there's nobody there.
It feels like the spirit of the city just... He stopped them in their tracks.
Goodbye for now.
Got you, bitch.
Chaos control.
Welcome to the dark dimension.
Our foes have found us. Now, a disappearing act.
Us against the world.
Okay. She's gonna pull me. Oh god. Okay.
Only 60 seconds left.
I feel like myself again.
Reborn. Be right back.
Oh, okay. Guess we're
You're
letting
not
them
going
have them.
anywhere.
Since we're not going in.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Hey, team! Enjoy the amplifier!
You're not going anywhere.
I feel like I'm being watched.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Protective
You did not help, did you?
From a twig.
You're not going anywhere.
Better stop that vehicle. It's now or never. Stop them.
This beautiful should have to suffer under Loki.
Wait, is he up there?
Anyone willing to help?
Fear Magneto.
Hey, she can stop him out!
Ah, that's better.
What the fuck? Did the...
Goodbye.
Only 60 seconds left.
Us against the world.
You failure. Oh, I'm a failure.
Fucking hurt!
Don't give them another inch. Or else.
I'll patch you up.
Better stop that vehicle. Chaos! 30 seconds.
Wow. Wait, do we have Penny? Penny's back! Oh my god. everything that could remotely be a counter is bad. Or I suppose things I can play.
Under my spell. Claimed by chaos.
Double KO! You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Well, it means now we have to push all the way here, guys.
You're not going anywhere.
That's 3. The current score is 0-2. 2. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world.
You know it doesn't call her
But it
Madame
does help.
Kathy.
You'll need a
So
top-notch
can't use
team
that,
to win
and I'd
this
have
one.
to have a different joke than the smart thing. Wait, what? What do you mean? Oh. Made a staffy command for Nova. Oh, what's Nova's
powered by
what's
chaos. But I'm
Nova's?
trying to bring a bit
Asgard
of
has been
order
invaded
to the
yet
universe.
again. But as always, Loki shall prevail.
Just probably put them together in those Hulk
30 seconds
handcuffs.
before you attack.
Bro,
Get ready.
what do you mean by that? Elaborate.
If we want to end this, we're going
Elaborate.
You can stop my grand scheme.
Between you and Tony, I think you've got that part covered.
Actually, I was hoping you could offer your opinion on my designs, Peter.
Wow, really? I'd be honored. And I promise I won't get any webs on them. This
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
I need to see where the fuck is that scooter guy?
Our foes have found us. You were under my spell. That's
Where the fuck did he go? Oh, here. Nice.
Ancient secrets revealed. Now, a disappearing.
You're my baby. You're my baby. I'm gonna kill her baby. Where's her baby?
Ancient secrets revealed. That's better.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
I wanna get these.
You are under my spell.
Wait, I didn't even pick it up. Crazy. Yeah, I thought somebody was behind it for a second.
Now, a disappearing.
Oh, she kicked me in the face.
My fate isn't sealed yet.
What the fuck?
Be right back.
Oh, Stubby's back! Hello. Hello.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Oh, no.
Disappearing.
5 volts, guys. Let's go. 6 volts.
Beat the woman!
Hey, Dee! Enjoy the airport! I unleash the Vishanti's power! You get a web, and you get a web, and you get a web!
Bro, you said 6 ult and then everybody's gonna ult now.
Now, a disappearing act. Ancient secrets revealed.
Nobody can stand up against the full-strength Scarlet Witch.
My baby!
Feeling stronger.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
You feel stupid now, don't you? Wait! You son of a bitch!
Be right back.
Be careful!
You're not
Oh
going
my
anywhere.
fucking god. He did not. He did not. He did. He did.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
The gods themselves are helping us. Ancient secrets revealed. I hope you can
No.
give me something.
That's why ult
fun.
stagger.
Enemy in
No.
front of us. You're not going anywhere. Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Be right back. Feeling stronger already.
Now we're
Chaos control.
Stinky. Stinky.
Now,
Against the world. Limitless magic. World free.
World go hell.
goodbye for now.
Chaos control. Embrace the light.
No healer.
Hey, T!
But,
Enjoy the amplifier!
Be right back.
Aim for the big tree! You get a weapon! You get a weapon! You get a weapon! Enemy in front of us!
Where the fuck did he go? My guy just keeps flying.
A little help here?
Oh my god! Shut your whore mouth. Oh my god. No! I will kill you! I will kill you! Oh my god, I will not kill him.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Oh, shit alt. Oh, fuck.
Chaos control.
Sorry, you're gonna be fine. Okay. Okay, when I put you like that, it does not work. It does not work. It does not work.
Be right there.
Simply magical.
Just saying, it doesn't work for me.
Chaos control.
But others, it works.
You're welcome.
Ah, that's better.
Stupid.
I can heal.
That's it. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Oh, you dead.
Disappearing.
Fight it, right? Against the world.
Hey, T!
Oh, they're not in your ult.
Fire!
Yeah, not in your ult, lady. Okay, actually I'm joking. They are in your ult now. Ah!
Chaos control.
I unleash the Vishanti's power!
Feeling stronger already.
I'll deploy another
Where the
beacon.
fuck did he go?
Now, a disappearing.
No.
I am
Asgard's
Asgard's might! For the day.
Wait.
You need to teach me that you are under my spell. We need to protect you now. A disappearing act.
This is your big chance.
Don't mess with the
Are you
amazing
fucking-
spider!
Oh, I died, but I got that bitch. Finally got him.
Weapon! You get a weapon!
Reborn from the chaos.
Here! Pay up!
Be right back.
Chaos and earthquakes.
Only 60 seconds left.
Done with me! Nice!
Fight me.
Asgard!
Fight me. Okay, don't fight me now.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Goodbye.
Our adversaries gather.
Sorcerer Supreme. Feeling stronger already.
One time.
Timer's not on our side.
Nobody can stand up against a full-strength
Be
skull.
right back.
You motherfucking bitch.
Summer.
You're not going anywhere. Final 10 seconds.
You can always count on me.
Women, women,
Asgard's might!
women, women.
Ancient secrets. We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Skull. Tanks down.
Us against the world.
Keep pushing, keep pushing, keep pushing.
Just embrace. And so it begins. Chaos
I
control.
unleash the Vishanti's power.
Oh baby! Oh fuck! Oh no, I'm gonna die to this.
Now, a disappearing.
Oh, I'm so dead. Oh, double. Whip his ass! Watch me whip. Watch me nene. Watch me whip. Watch me nene.
Goodbye for now.
Oh shit! No! No! Dodge! Dodge! Oh my god. Guys, no, please. No!
Goodbye.
Y'all know it. You guys got off
Final
point.
score. 2,
Ain't no way.
3.
We lost because you guys.
Well,
Scam.
you can't expect to win 'em all.
Scam. Scam. Damn. Damn. Fucking scam. 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 Just think I have 25 limits. Staffy, I could play. Wait, is Ravi playing? I don't see Ravi on. I thought Ravi was gonna play. Wait, shall I see me? You launching? Okay. Lame skin. Lame ass skin. Yeah, what will I get after I get that? So, when can I use this? When can I use this? Can I activate a chrono shield to prevent point loss from a defeat anyway? If one is active, use the second one. The shield will be automatically cleared at the end. Why does this never work? It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's scam. Scam. I've done that, boy. Hey, which one? Okay, let me look at my sports. How far am I from his? Oh, I'm not even close to or to Jeff. Oh wait, am I close to that? Oh, okay. Rocket. Oh, okay. I play Rocket so I can get Lord Rocket. Yes. Each? Yes. Sounds like a plan. Yes. Guys, I literally forgot what I was saying. I forgot. Yeah. Nah. Yeah, that's not. Okay. Wow. Thanks. Okay. You know. Wow. Thanks. No, Nanu. Yeah, that's me.
Pick your hero.
Oh Lord.
I'm not judging.
Okay.
bro.
I'm here to finish the fight that my father began. I hope I make him proud.
I hope you're ever asking for Ugg. Wait. Ugg? Ugg is playing. Why ask Ugg? Why are we asking Ugg?
My dad built Spider for himself, but I feel like I was born 30 to seconds pilot it. before you attack. Get ready.
You.
Hey, mind if I join you, pal?
You.
I am Groot.
Wow. Okay, cool. Give me. Yay! Did I got the normal ones?
The battle starts in 5.
Bro,
4,
no way.
3,
Okay, fine.
2, 1.
Fine.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Grab the ass of the gorilla.
I was born to
Gorilla
battle.
has been grabbed.
I've learned to love peace as well.
Let's do some damage.
Come our next victim.
Check out these nests. Lines in.
Oh, okay. Now two can play that game. Okay, never mind.
Much better.
Stupid Moon Knight. Do we have Loki? No.
We're back in
Loki
action.
died.
Is yours to capture now.
Monkey ass. Grapple.
This is gonna hurt.
Yo! Man, we gotta go a different way.
Even better
This is
than
not the
my
way.
We're back in action.
Come here. Come up here.
This is the place to watch.
Up here, guys. Up here. Who's getting the point?
You're up, little one. Here comes trouble.
Yo,
this is gonna hurt.
Whoa, okay.
Extra strength awesomeness.
I dare you. Come up here.
The moon haunts you.
Time for some fireworks. This is just one of your tricks, right, Loki? Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Oh lord.
This is gonna hurt.
Hey, no way this motherfucker's still alive.
You know what?
What? Excuse me?
Quantum match.
Ready for another go, Spider?
How? How? The gorilla is going now.
Enjoy the amplifier.
Us against the world. Lines in place.
Wait, is that ours?
It should keep us safe. You're up, little one. It's Spider time! My trap worked.
Oh lord. Oh! What in hell? Okay. I wish I could play something like
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
I go this man. Oh, I can't go the man. I cannot be the man. Guys, I've been holding it in.
My dad built. I'm here to finish the fight that my father began. I hope I make him proud.
I've been holding it in, guys. I've been holding it in.
Step aside and let a real hero show you how
30
it's
seconds
done.
before you attack. Get ready.
I've been holding it in, guys. No, not the.
This might be a little awkward because of the
You know
fire
what
thing,
I want to say.
but
I am Groot.
yeah, I didn't catch
You know
that.
what I want to
okay.
say.
So, no hard feelings if you get a little accidentally singed, okay?
You know what I say. You know
The
what I
battle
want to
starts in
say.
5, 4, 3,
But that way, your
2,
name
1.
on it.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Reality is collapsing again? Guess it must be Tuesday.
Yeah. Well, they,
Look who just showed
no!
up. That fucking hurts.
Come on, Loki, I'm not falling. Woo! I am hot.
Looks like the mission area is yours.
Okay. Holy shit!
Don't mind me. I'm just dying. Hey, what's with all this? Hey, T, enjoy the amplifier.
Fear Magneto! We are
What are these weird keys? Let's cook some more.
the moon haunts you!
Bro. No. I slammed into them. And then the mines fucking got my ass.
They captured the mission area.
I know what the answer is. It was gonna be Spider-Man, guys.
I want to be in charge. Win-win.
Oh, fuck.
Hurry up.
Wow.
Systems restart.
I need to change the settings.
Wow.
Everybody ready? Where's the hold? Is this? Yeah. There we go. I don't know what that other thing is.
Hey, is it that luck to destroy it all?
I still need you some sort of magic artifact.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Oh! Gosh. This game sucks. This game sucks, guys.
The moon haunts you!
My friends are here!
Ow! That fucking hurt.
Anyone say fireworks?
Oh, I'm fine.
They almost got it!
Hurry up.
Hey, T, enjoy
One less
the
Ontario.
Against the world!
Oh, fuck! No, good, need to pads. No, I need something. I don't know.
I'm gonna find whoever put me out last time.
maximum.
I'm gonna ult the ground. We're off. You know what? It's because of this domination. Domination sucks. Domination sucks.
Well, you can't expect to win
Domination
all.
sucks. Domination sucks. Retweet? Retweet? That domination sucks. Give me convoy all day. Yeah, I would absolutely go for that. Anything else? Domination sucks.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
This is over.
Eat
This is
nuts
over.
and kick butts.
Dang. This is normal. I'm about to suffer. No, unravel this alone. Yippee! Only gets better. Does domination have a sister? Everything, so.
Escape pod ready. Opening escape capsule.
When other people first saw my powers, they were like,
what?
Wait, a squirrel?
Oh, nice. Yeah,
and now they're like, ooh, a squirrel.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Can we get out with no tail?
Ultron, it is I, your nemesis, Squirrel Girl, best friend of Iron Man, master of computer science.
What? I don't have you in my database?
Oh, nuts! I hit that reset button too
Crazy.
hard last time.
Have you seen the new
Good to see
Squirrel
you.
Girl skin?
The battle starts in 5.
No!
3,
Is it the venom one?
2,
Everyone's. Wait.
1.
No, I haven't.
All you need to do is
I
capture
gotta
the
see
mission
it.
area. Got it?
The knuckle spot? Oh, I can handle the
Wait, what do you play? What do you play?
There have been alternate versions of me forever.
Heads up, invaders from the deep.
Time to go nuts.
Somebody give me time tonight.
Tandy needs help.
Oh, it was a woman.
Oh, now
It was a woman.
Hey, check out this big acorn.
Yes. I'm just making sure our sports are
check out
okay.
this big
Oh,
acorn.
somebody's got here.
Time to go nuts.
Eat off my ass. You look so sick. Oh, I got it too.
What a difference. We're
Wow.
back, right, Tippy Toe?
Wow.
We are undefeatable!
Energized.
Okay, we pull back. We pull back.
Light Force is in preparation.
I have a the ult.
Time to go nuts. I'm gonna get nuts.
Careful, Namor's called in friends.
Be gone! Be gone! Be gone! Be gone!
Hey, check out this big acorn.
Are you sure about these? He's low! He's low! No! Never mind! Oh, hi. Oh, hi, Mark. Oh, man. I almost got there.
Us against the world.
Bounding back into action. Hello, happy to chip in. Sorry about your squiddies, Namor.
Where's that Psylocke is gonna ult? Where is she? Where is she?
Hurricane time to go incoming. The knuckle spike is coming. Time to go.
Stay down.
Enemy tagged. We are undefeatable!
You bunch stuff.
Hey, check out this big acorn.
Oh no, please. Oh, I didn't even see that little rat. Can't go now. Damn.
We're back, right, Tippy Toe?
Where are you drone? Oh, and the most important people, me.
Check out this big acorn.
Nah, I think it was on the time maybe.
I'm gonna get nuts.
Ultron Ring Supreme. Need to break free.
You can return the favor anytime.
Hold still, I'm trying to help.
No, indeed.
Only 60 seconds left.
Too many tentacles. Too many tentacles.
So many tentacles.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
You sure about that?
The ocean shall claim you once more. Energized.
We are undefeatable!
I'm gonna get nuts.
Where's this woman?
Now that's a snack.
Guys, I am missing the turtles.
Together to victory.
Oh, now that's
Waste more. I go on the thingy.
We've got to make sure Null doesn't claw his way to
No,
freedom.
you go. You go. You go. Yeah, you go. I stay here.
Get ready. Here come the bad guys. Oh, now that way there. Keep going.
This is real firepower!
I'm energized.
Oh! I was right in the center of that. Window.
I'm not done with this fight yet.
Window.
Speed is everything. Tread carefully here.
Oh, now that's a snap. The knuckle spike is coming.
Namor has called forth allies from the dead.
Squiddies, Namor. We are undefeatable.
Oh my god, dang.
Double KO. We've got to make sure Null doesn't claw his way to freedom.
Okay, oh. Yeah, you don't require any aim. Stinky poop head. Yeah, and you know, I must bid you adieu. We celebrate the explosion show going on. Oh yeah! Happy, is it Independence Day for you guys? Is it Independence Day? Independence Day from the Brits? Or were they like very generous in because like I'll let you guys.
Wow! Only 60 seconds left.
Dang. Yeah! Have good explosion day. Explosion!
We're back, right, Tippy Toe?
Explosion.
From the deep.
Explosion.
Oh, I love a shield.
Oh, I.
You can return the favor anytime.
Fish.
Hurricane incoming!
There's a woman here.
I'm energized.
Oh, fucking hell. Hi, days. Okay.
Here I come again.
Oh no. Oh no. We gotta stay on the court.
Until we have a winner.
Co-op time.
You can return the favor anytime. Time to go nuts.
Invisible, she's invisible somewhere.
I appreciate you.
I don't know when she's.
Oh, now that's a snap. Got him, Tippy.
This is real fire!
Wow. I got blasted.
Hey, enjoy
Okay.
Numerical disadvantage.
I'm not done with this fight yet.
No.
Well,
No.
you can't expect to win them all.
Oh no. You think? I think I might do one more game, guys. One more game. No sides allowed. No sides allowed. No sides allowed.
The right heroes can
No
make
sides
all
allowed.
the difference.
Only one more game. What do you mean? Hell yeah. The plotting you? Hell yeah.
Eat nuts and kick butts.
in kid boots. You're gonna see that in September? Oh my god. I've only seen that like YouTube videos of them live and it looks super good. I'll put some blood on you. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I do still kind of have a crush on Wolverine.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
Damn.
Stay strong.
Yeah, but they good. They good.
What is it that you seek here, Dr. Richards?
The same as always, Adam. A universal truth that can unite us all.
Do you have a favorite song?
I see.
Do you have a favorite
Be
song?
wary, my friend. Blind faith in anything, even science, often leads to catastrophic consequences.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Bring on Horizon.
We've been
Whoa. Okay, you're gonna have a good time. You're gonna have a good time.
You need to stop that vehicle.
You're gonna have a great time.
Invisible?
No, man.
Ooh, a touch of healing.
They're flying things. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. This is bullshit.
Oh, now that's a snack.
This is actually so stupid.
Ooh, I'm energized. Got him, Tippy.
Double KO.
Let's make it 4. Ooh, I'm energized.
Trouble has
Ooh, a
arrived.
touch of healing.
Behind you, my friend.
Oh man. I'm jealous. I'm jealous of those lineups that you're gonna be seeing.
Some assistance, please.
Oh, now that's a snack. Whoa, it's a double KO.
Oh, okay.
Stop them.
Maximum pulse!
Oh!
4 in a row.
Guys, did you see that dodge? Oh my god! Did you see that? Did you see that, guys? Did you see that? Did you see that dodge?
I appreciate you.
You stopped them in their tracks. 6 in a row. Wait.
You guys ever had? Yeah. Do you have a favorite song?
You covered.
Live! Oh my god! Staffy, look at her go, guys! Look at her go!
Supernova!
One for the squirrels.
Rise, my friends!
I appreciate you.
I unleash
Hey, I need you to Who's healing this motherfucker? I gotta get.
What do you think?
Oh, I dropped him.
Hello, happy
Is
to
that
chip
Jeff?
in. That's squirrel power. We've got trouble. Oh, now that's a snack.
Hello, Gartic Mode. Hi, how you doing, lovely? How are you?
Shields up. That's 3.
Oh, I'm energized.
Oh hell yeah!
You can return the favor anytime.
Hot probably been here before. I like Left Behind. It's also like a acoustic version of that.
Oh no!
But honestly, I do like their like new album.
You are safe now, my friend.
I like it. Oh!
Where do you think you're going? Take that, you villain!
Nah. I would be mad. I would be mad. I would be mad.
Oh no! Our vans are gonna be so
I would be mad.
Down to 30 seconds.
Rise, my friends!
Where do you think you're going?
Problem solved!
I am ready to put on a show!
Second chance is over.
Get him, squirrels! The final 10 seconds! You.
Supernova!
Time to go nuts,
please.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
You tried me out, buddy.
Where's the big acorn?
Fly boy, I can't see because there's like a
Against
lot
the
of them.
world! Time to go nuts.
Assemble!
You're going.
That is not that vehicle.
I'm guiding you.
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
Oh.
Shield up!
Checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Just an absolute shellackle. Shellackle? That I have never heard of that.
Here I come again!
Do you like Imagine Dragons' new album? Oh, absolutely. Imagine Dragons with your rage. Hey, who was it? The person I got that with? Wait, did I even actually like get them?
That vehicle.
Time to go nuts.
Oh shit! Oh boy.
That's squirrel power! That's hurting for certain.
Fine.
Double KO!
Hey, lady. You have fun with that, huh? Oh, okay. Now, oh, she died? Yeah. My squirrels! Chris? Did I get Chris? I think maybe I did.
Here I come
I'm
again!
good, I'm good, I'm good. Hell yeah.
Against the world!
Alright, what opinions on Sleep Token?
Hex! He's stuck with interest! Hell unleashed!
Supernova!
I'm standing still, you can get me.
Gave me this awesome shield.
Rise, my friends!
Ooh, now that's snap! I am ready to put on a show! 60 seconds left.
Okay. Ah, okay. Okay.
But it hits the ground and out. Double KO!
Oh.
Bounding back into action.
You changed your name?
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
As earlier, when I was playing comp, I had like 40k like damage, and we lost the game. Wait, did we lose the game? There was one that I lost.
Oh, now that's a snack.
Okay, I can't get him now.
I'll do my best to carry on, dude. It won't be easy. One for the squirrels! Ooh, Jack!
Bye.
Double KO!
Be gone. Be gone.
You can return the around down. I appreciate you. Anyone willing to help? Ooh, I'm energized.
You made me believe in magic, Steven.
Smart.
Uh-oh. Get him, squirrels!
I require some aid.
Hello, happy to chip in.
Oh wow, my nuts
Time to go nuts.
went sideways. I don't think that's good. Oh, hit him! I can get him.
Crawl back to your dome.
I can't get him. Oh, I got him! Dang, I'm so bored. Even I fear me.
Double KO!
Score one for the squirrels.
Okay.
Look out for one another to match it.
It's bouncing.
You need to teach me that spell, Steven.
Nobody can stand
It's bouncing. I'm waiting for Fable to say the thing.
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
Down to 30 seconds.
Time to go nuts.
I am ready to put on a show.
This time I need healing. Rise,
I'm
my
standing
friends!
still, she's not aiming at me.
Time to go nuts.
The final 10 seconds.
Hey,
Take that, you villain.
Second chance is over.
Shields up. We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. Double KO.
Oh, a touch of healing.
oh, okay.
Assemble!
Time to go nuts.
World! Do something! Bouncing on those booty cheeks. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we... Oh my god, look at you go! Let's go! Also, I saw like how I got 28 minutes, you get 27. Just one behind. Just one behind. Wait, I wanna see. I wanna see which one it was. God, Pentacle. You are. Wait, guys. Wait, Squirrel Girl? Squirrel Girl Lord? Guys, I finally did it! Finally did it. Wait. Is she? Wait, who's my. Is she? Wait, Scarlet Girl is Lord, right? Yeah, okay. Who else? Squirrel Girl. Storm Girl, where's she at? I think she's captain. Oof, gosh, long way. Oh man. Moon Knight? What the hell? Dang, okay. I gotta see, which match was it? I had like, I was playing competitive. This is 36k. We won, thank God. Where was it? Is it? Which one was it? Is it this? No? Wait, maybe I... This? No. Maybe it's a game I lost. That's 29. 24? No, that's 4. Oh well, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I'm done for now, guys. I'm done for now. Yes. I'm gonna go find somebody to wait. No one is still Staffy, I saw that on Mo. I shouldn't make it. Good night, guys. So one more match, right?
Hey, you wanna
Ain't
marry
no
me?
way.
Lady Fable _ VT
Yeah.
just raided my stream with
Yes, I
25
am.
viewers.
Yes, I
Everyone
fucking am.
behave.
Wow. Wow. Ain't no way. When I was about to raid her, she raids me.
Yes.
Could you believe it? I cannot believe it.
Yes, I am.
I cannot believe
God
it.
fucking damn it.
Guys, look. Oh, dang. Bobs. Bobs. You like it? Bobs. Okay, somebody's. Teehee first. Okay. Okay, guys. Oh, look. Also, knees. We have knees, but you want to see something cool? You want to see something even cooler? You want to see something cool? Watch this. There's nothing left. Okay, let me find something to raid.
Naked!
I can't believe it. Thank you for the raid, Fable. Oh, Fable, what do you think of the game? I was like, I have that game like all installed. I was thinking of you find a random PNG and cut the face out and put your head there for a stream. Yeah. I'm gonna do with yours. It's so cute. You didn't lose, right? Because when
No fucking there's
will not.
Oh fuck, that's disgusting. Oh my god. It's like I'm eating out of fucking grandma. Why do people like tomatoes so much? Oh my god, it just jizzed all over my tongue. Fucking hell. Oh god. Oh god. Oh fuck.
Let's wait. Oh, Skittish. They just started the party. Okay, we're gonna read Skittish and Buzz. They do music stream, and then they are pretty cool. They're pretty amazing. Oh, they're pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. Fable do squats today? Oh shit, I forgot. I was gonna add my squats thing. Teehee. Alright, remind me next time. Maybe next time. Thanks guys for being here. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow. I don't know. We still have to watch the movie. Oh, maybe we do that. Wait, I haven't even started the raid. Maybe we should watch that movie, guys. The space movie. I don't know which one won, but one space movie won. Thank you. And I gotta finish your Lego stream. You gotta finish your Lego stream. Yeah, don't forget to catch your fishies. Yes. You're being amazing tomorrow. Then what you doing? Oh, Plum. Plum is so kind. Thank you, Plum. Alright, guys. Have a lovely evening. Make sure you take care of yourself. And I love you. Oh, you can love me too? No way. That's good. Even when I have a gun out. I will catch you guys tomorrow. Don't forget about giant woman. All I wanna do is see you turn into a giant woman. This one? All I wanna do, see you